Coming to you from Blue Cruise Studio in Temecula, California, it's the Whiskey Throttle Show. Taking you inside the lives of the legends and leaders in moto and action sports. Today's guest is brought to you by Yamaha. Yamaha is the industry leader in two-wheeled fun and performance. Celebrating 50 years of YZ in 2024, the Blue Crew is still dominating shootouts and competitions. Yamaha, revs your heart. SKDA is the leader in motorcycle graphics. Driven by a combined passion for art and motorcycles, SKDA has become a global leader in the off-road motorcycle space. Their graphics can be spotted from a mile away with a unique design that blends speed and creativity. SKDA, search and supply of true art within moto. Troy Lee Designs, built for the world's fastest racers. TLD blends elite level protection with industry-leading style and performance. Moto, bike, helmet paint, casual wear, whatever your passion, Troy Lee Designs is waiting for you on the next level. Nihilo Concepts. Enhance your riding experience with superior products like the Start-Stop Conversion Kit, Fuel Petcocks, Frame Grip Tape, Lever Grip, Grip Donuts, Secondary On Switch, Billet Foot Pegs, Billet Throttle Housings, and so much more. Nihilo Concepts produces exceptional products, all of which are made right here in America. Hey folks, thanks for joining us here at Blue Cruise Studios for the Whiskey Throttle Show. I'm your host, David Pingree, and a really fun guest today, Justin Bogle, 250 East Coast Regional Supercross Champion. This dude's been around and done it. Lots of Loretta's titles, a great professional career, and now slipping into something pretty cool as he winds down his pro stuff. Justin Bogle, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me on, Ping. I've watched all of these, so I'm excited to be here.
Well, that's awesome. I don't have to explain to you how the format goes. You know we go right into the Nihilo Concepts front-end chatter.
Yep.
Check out Nihilo Concepts, guys, if you're looking for parts for your bike. Cool stuff. The new Nano Tuner is badass. If you aren't sure about electronics and mapping and fuel mapping, they can help you remotely. It's pretty cool. Check it out. I got to start with you, Justin, we got to talk about what you're doing right now, which is the Stark stuff. And it's super controversial or I guess, what's the word?
It's a bit polarizing.
Polarizing, that's the word. Yeah, that's the word. I didn't want to like it until I wrote it. And I was like, whew, that's pretty fun. It's fun. But I know it, as soon as you post something, a picture of it, everyone, it's like politics. Tell me about what's going on there. You've been doing arena crossover in the UK. You've been helping a lot of testing. I feel like you probably have more time on this thing than just about anybody.
Yeah, I've definitely got a lot of time on it. I'm loving it because I have a job that I enjoy. Kind of transition post-racing into something that's still really fun. Still get to get that competitive, man stuff in, where I get to race and do things. So it's been really cool. And then kind of applying the brain to, some testing and trying to just help give input on what I think to make the bike a little bit better, ready for racing, So it's been really cool, man. It's really fun to ride. I know that right before you rode it, I saw you at Elsinore and I was riding it, and I was like, just trust me, just wait till you ride it. And then you hit me up and you're like, dude, it was the most fun I've had in a while.
It's so pretty impressive. As a guy who didn't want to promote electric, I was like, oh, damn it. That's really fun and really good. I tell people all the time there was some just the development on it, the engineering, the chain adjuster. Why have we not been doing that? Why are they the first people to think of this?
So many things on that bike where you're like, why haven't we done this before, right? But I've spent a lot of time in the factory, in the offices up there, and everyone rides. So the main engineer that made the bike, basically, he rides. I did a team race with him one day, and he rides good, So they have an understanding, and the dream is always could I make something where I could apply all the things that I wish something had that I'm into, and that's kind of what they did. So, I mean, you got to think, man, for a first out the gate, first generation of basically a whole entire thing.
Yeah. Not just a motorcycle, a whole different type of motorcycle.
Different type of motorcycle, not just the first of this brand, the first of this whole electric motorcycle thing, really, as far as a real bike you can race. It's impressive, man. And it's a work of art too. You see it and you're like, the carbon fiber where the tank goes. Like it's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It is. I feel like lithium ion batteries is not the answer though, and whatever is next, that's going to be when the actual conversion happens. Do you think that's right?
I think that with technology of any kind, it moves so quick that all the things like, oh man, I wish I had a little more battery life. All those things are probably going to be fixed just with technology progressing, and it happens so fast. Probably turn around and it'll be different,
Yeah.
So I don't know what the answers are. I'm not an engineer. I don't understand that side of things enough to really speak on it, but I do think that it won't take long for a lot of progress to happen in that field, right? Like, got to a point early 2000s where two-strokes kind of hit their limit on, what can we do to make this better? It was kind of at the limit. Four-strokes, who knows when that happens, but, I mean, they've been similar for a while, right? Like, Kenny's won races on the Suzuki, which is the same bike that I rode the first when that came out, you know, in 2018. So, and Colt's on it right now, and Colt looks awesome on this bike. So
does he?
It's crazy. Like, looks awesome. So I think with the electric side of things and it being a lot more technology based, it's going to progress so quick.
Yeah. I feel like, I don't know if I'm right. I'm just throw this out and you see what you think. But like with four strokes, there is more technology you could do. Like with two strokes, we were you're right. I mean, you're splitting hairs at that point of trying to make improvements. You're just moving things around a little bit. But with four strokes, you could go to like pneumatic valves, let's say, or you could add in more electronics. And if the rules bend it a little bit, you could make them better. But then the price just starts going ridiculous. There's a couple of manufacturers that have asked us questions like, hey, what is the limit? Like, at what point is a bike, are we outside of our zone here? And kind of collectively, everyone's going, look, you can't go above 10 grand. You just cannot. It's crazy. And so, man, to like several of the manufacturers, to their credit, even when they're making improvements to the bike, they keep it at like $999, they're right there. So hopefully they are listening, but I don't know with electric.
Yeah.
I feel like
with
probably
four strokes, right? Like you got Ducati coming out with the Desmo.
Yeah.
Like it's different. I don't know how it is. I've never even seen one in person. So,
I don't really know what it is.
So we'll see, how that works. But I mean, it's different.
Yeah.
But yes, with the electric thing, I feel like the opportunities for growth in that sector are massive, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think any of us know. And I think that's why, although selfishly for me and for like the company that I'm working for, it's difficult because for them as a company to survive, ultimately, like it'd be nice to race and because that's the best kind of marketing you can do is racing, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the only real marketing that matters.
Yeah.
So, but I understand why they're taking their time because it's just unknown. Like it's kind of hard to.
It's apples to oranges.
If you don't understand it, it's hard to know what to do with it, right? So I get it. I do think that the understanding and the acceptance of it will improve drastically, and it won't take that long. But I think they're worried because of that, right? Like with technology, with the electronic motorcycle, the opportunities to make it do whatever you want, like who knows, So I think that's what they're worried about. But
yeah, that's right. Well, and they dicked up the four-stroke numbers so badly. Everyone knows, like, we probably made 450 was probably too much. It should have stayed 400 or 350 even. I mean, do you know what I mean? Like,
you ask anyone that's raced Supercross on them, it's like, dude, you can jump 5 or 6 in that rhythm if you wanted to.
Yeah, I know.
250 is pretty perfect. You just hit everything fast, and it's like a good 250 two-stroke was. Not like that. But, 125s, you guys are insane because I would never ride a 125 on a Supercross track.
It was sketchy.
You
had to be
way.
You had to be really, really precise. Well, so I love the idea of like backyard tracks, private property tracks. This is huge for that. And anyone that owns some property with a neighbor who doesn't like noise, problem solved. Like it's bitching. Indoor facilities, like there's a lot of places where I think this is great.
Well, even on that subject, like my father-in-law, and we had a track by Croom, Supercross track, and there was a beautiful outdoor track there, but the neighbors were pretty close, and it was a no-go for the outdoor track, and I was really bummed because it was beautiful. Now, fast forward another, 8 months from that point when we were like, look, I think we should move back to California to be easier for post-racing to figure things out. So sold the place. If I had a Stark, it wouldn't have mattered.
All right.
They didn't complain about anything else but the noise, and I understand it. It's loud. So it would have solved all of our problems with all of that. So things like that, it would make it so nice. And I grew up with a track at my house, right?
Yeah.
And you're towing the line. You don't want to piss off the neighbors because they're your neighbors, right? And even if they're cool, it still gets to a point when you're trying to ride that much.
Yeah.
This is something that would alleviate all of those issues that you'd have.
And dude, I get pissed off when my neighbor runs his little weed whacker for too long. I'm like, come on, bro. I'm out here trying to, have coffee or something. So I get it. If you're not a motorcycle fan, some kids pounding out 40s, you're over it pretty quick. So I get it. The question I have is racing. One, what does a Supercross look like with all electric bikes? Like, how does that, no sound? Do you have like music pumping? And I mean, how does it look, dude? Because to me, I think that's the hardest thing for people to swallow. They go right to, well, what does a pro race look like? That's gonna be stupid. I like the noise and the vibration and all of it, and I get that. So I'm trying to go, well, maybe got a DJ over here, DJ on the ones and twos, and you're trying to make some. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
maybe that's your next career.
I mean, hey, I need something.
DJ
at some
Bogle.
point, you know what I mean? So who knows? But I don't really. The thing is with all of it is that life, anything in the world, right? It changes, and it has to survive. So the sport had to go four-stroke for a reason initially, right? It was.
It's a stupid reason. I'm going to throw that out.
Whatever the reason, I'm glad they did because I'm not very good on a two-stroke. So
all right.
I'm thankful for it. But things change, and especially these days, the way technology is, you got to think it's been, what, the last 150 years, the last 120 years, technology has gone from, like, barely anything to, like, crazy stuff, insane stuff. Things change. And I think that there's smarter people than me in charge of these things that they'll figure it out. If that's what it comes to, they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it because I prefer watching or hearing the sound of like a 1988 McLaren MP44, right? Compared to like a McLaren F1 car now, right?
But you're still watching F1, right?
But I'm still watching F1.
Yeah.
So
people need to chill. But what about this? What about for now or as the transition happens, better than anybody, if they just let them in, Stark, Vargs, no problem. Come on in. You can race the 450 class, which is technically open, right? It's 450 and up, right? I think the CCs.
I don't think so.
It's not?
Not professional racing, but.
Well, anyway, is it 450 CCs? Is that the cap?
I think so.
Okay, well, they don't have any CCs. So, like, that's what they're trying to figure out is how to do that. But let's just say they let them come in unfettered, no limitations, run the full 80 horsepower if you want. Is that a huge advantage? Is it fair? Is it comparable?
I mean, I've raced it, the whole UK Arena Cross Series and a couple of the SX Tour races in France. I haven't won a race yet. So, I mean, I'm not as good as I once was. Let's not kid ourselves. But I'm not bad on a motorcycle still, So there's things to figure out with it. It's a lot different, So also the 80 horsepower thing, like, I'm not riding it on that. I worked my way up to 60 for racing. Now
really?
I'm at 60 now.
Okay.
But even like today I rode this morning and I was on 55 the whole time because it just kind of depends. Like sometimes you don't want as much.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful thing about it is I just pull over and change it, or I just set different modes and I can have less or more. But I don't think so. I think it's good off the start for sure. People kept saying that to me at first. And I was like, whoa, pump the brakes. I got a lot of whole shots on a lot of different bikes. Okay. But it is good off the start. There's things to figure out with Supercross racing because, as we know, Supercross is a different sport. It's hard to compare, but the bike is really good and fun to ride outdoors. right out of the box. Like mine's
Yeah.
stocked, so that I ride around here. So, I mean, is it an advantage? Like, I mean, there's definitely things about it that are better for sure. You know, there's things that are still not maybe all the way there yet for a professional racer.
Like what? Give me a couple, because
Just-
like I feel like the starts. I did a motocross class up in Utah, and one guy was on him, and we're doing starts, and he pulls into the thing, and I'm going, okay, so, you know, everybody else, I'm like, all right, second gear, you know, tuck your feet in, RPMs, and he comes in, and I'm like, oh, so just
I don't know, dude.
go.
Just do something. I don't know. Just try it, I guess.
But when he took off, he shot Roost back about 60 feet. I'm like, whoa. I mean, it's just crazy, the torque and how fast those things will accelerate.
I mean,
So,
I'll be honest. I run less horsepower off the start than I do when I'm racing.
oh, you do? You switch like once
Yeah.
you.
If that's allowed. Like in the UK, I would start on 55 max, and then I would just basically like shift with the modes into my race mode, which was either 57 or 60.
Okay.
So for me, off the start, I don't necessarily want more horsepower. I got the best starts on the bikes that I had set up to be not as fast and gnarly. So for me, it's a lot more about, like, you know, the first 10 feet, not wheeling, being able to control it.
Well,
But
traction.
but not having to shift for the start is obviously I think a very big plus. You know, there's that little delay that you don't have. Some of it you'd like to be able to shift. You know what I mean? For
Yeah,
Supercross.
yeah.
Outdoors, honestly, I don't have many complaints. Like, I love riding outdoor tracks. It's so fun. First day I got on it, it was easy to get used to. Supercross took me some time. I'll be honest, I couldn't time a jump to save my life. It was tough. Now that I'm used to it, it's fine. But it was more of a transition to go to Supercross on it, for sure. But outdoors, it's awesome. I think outdoors, I wouldn't say there's a whole lot, you know? So if we're talking Supercross, which is what I'm doing, there's things that I would like. But Supercross is drastically different than a consumer is going to be doing.
Yeah,
you know?
right,
So
right.
racing professionally, though, for Supercross, it's like a factory. If you want to do well in the 450 class, 250 class, whatever, if you're not on a factory team, factory supported team at least, with a lot of development and the bikes are different, set up drastically different for Supercross, you're not going to do well if you don't have that.
Yeah.
Same thing with our stuff is just takes time. That's why they've got geezers like me over there, you know, trying to help them figure it out.
What about whoops, dude? I just feel like you'd never run out of power or like you know what I mean, hit like a limiter, or you've just got all the torque in the world you want and all the over rev in the world right here.
Pros and cons to that too, you know, like for me, it's maybe harder for me to half of my life, the muscle memory relearn, you know, it's not that easy, but the whoops is where I struggle the most, just because you can't, like, you know, you can't lug it really, but I know there's different ways you can map it basically and things like that. I've been pretty much going nonstop since I got on this thing, so I haven't got to try everything I'd like to try, but a couple of things like that, and it's one of those things, it just takes time, dude. Like, this is a first electric bike trying to race. There's a lot of things that are unforeseen that come up that you're like, oh, I didn't really think about that when you're racing. So stuff like that. But I will say it in the UK, like, I had a blast. Everyone that I raced with was awesome. They got some good guys over there, and we all had fun, and there wasn't any issues with, you know, the sound and all of that stuff. So I don't know. I think in due time things will change, and whether they change fully or not, I don't know. You know, that's not for me to decide. But
Was there complaints about the guys couldn't hear you? Has that been a problem for you? Like you know, come inside of a corner on somebody and they don't, you kind of freak them out, or they come into you because they can't hear you. I've thought they need to put something, like, you know, when you put a Tesla in reverse and it makes that weird noise.
It's definitely a thing. Like, definitely before we raced, everyone was complaining about it a lot. And then you get out there and you're racing with it, and it's, as a professional, if you have any sort of awareness at all, you kind of know what's going on, you know? So, like,
again, local tracks would probably be a bigger problem.
Yeah, a different thing. Like, right when I got mine, I was riding at Paula, and there was a guy that swung wide out of a corner, but I ripped the outside like pretty fast. It was like dozer berm flat.
Right.
Just never let off around the corner and went to hit the next jump, and I was coming up to like, oh shit, I forgot where I'm at. You know, I'm not racing professionally here. And he drifted way out, and it was sketchy. But definitely racing professional, like I said, if you have any awareness at all and you're an actual like pro and you've been doing that, you know what's going on.
Yeah.
You're paying attention. You're looking around a little bit.
Yeah.
I understand the complaints. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
you're the only guy I know that's really raced them.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm trying to just.
I race with earplugs, so I can't really, you know what I mean?
You can't hear it anyway.
Whatever.
Even with that thing you do?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, really?
Definitely. I don't like hearing the chain slap. You can definitely hear it, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's kind of annoying, huh?
I don't like hearing
or the tire
all
spin.
that stuff, you know? Like,
yeah.
it's more just distracting. I've got like severe ADHD, ADD, so anything that helps me, like, you know, not get so distracted and be like, oh, what's, you know what I mean?
Oh, look at that flower. Yeah. I heard the tire like, you know, like digging and flexing.
All the things
That
a
bugs
motorcycle
me.
does
Yeah.
that you don't realize because it's loud, like you hear it, you know?
That's crazy. Well, anxious to kind of keep up with that as it goes. So answer that question though. If let's say they came over, they allowed him in and they sign Cooper Webb, can he go win on that thing?
I think so. With the proper, you know, team and work testing and all of that, like there'd be some work to do like anything, but
Right now you're saying probably the advantages it has would be weighed against things that it's still lacking.
yeah, which things that it's lacking are things that, you know, just take time to figure out. And if you have enough people focused only on that, you could figure them out. So, I mean, yes, I think Cooper Webb or, you know, guys of that level, of course, you know, they're.
You heard it here first. Cooper
Hey,
Webb signing with
look,
Stark Var.
Here's the thing. my mechanic his name's Ricard. He's hilarious. Love that kid. His favorite couple of things to say are, winners find a way, winners win. So guys like that, yes, of course, you know,
true,
but
I guess I'm just curious of like the potential of this thing. Once the little bugs get worked out, is it now all of a sudden like a 4-stroke is to a 2-stroke now? You can't go ride a 125 in the 250F class. You're a joke, right?
I think that
Will it be that way where
it'll be, I think, on par, competitive in the same range. There's only so much you can really do power-wise. Like Jimmy Button, right? Good friend of mine, been my agent my whole career. The horsepower numbers that they were putting in that 426 back in the day were more than anyone's using now.
Yeah.
Like there's a limit to what you can really use, especially in Supercross.
it becomes about delivery and
It's all the other
rideability.
little things at that level. You can't just be like, all right, more horsepower and then magically you're better. It's not a 125. 125, you needed it to be fast. If it didn't handle great, it was kind of okay. You know, so I think that 450s are pretty much at the limit right now as far as like how fast and how, you know, big you can go. Like the human body can like handle going any bigger. I don't know. So I think there's a limit with that stuff, but I do think it's competitive with it for sure, you know? And then it would kind of come down to like rider preference. Like I like now that I'm used to it, not having to do much.
Yeah. Have you messed
no maintenance,
with,
no shifting.
Have you
know?
messed with handbrakes where you don't even have the?
I like the handbrake,
Oh, really?
especially for outdoors. Supercross, I was running it for
Oh, you were?
a few weeks, yeah, but
Okay.
but for outdoors, it is so fun, dude. It's kind of a game changer. Like today, I didn't have it because my bike over here has got a foot brake. I was like, dude, I wish I had the handbrake, man.
Bro, you can just keep your feet on the balls all the time.
It's
which is for control. I mean, you know, it's like it is a game changer.
and honestly, for me, I kind of use it to like control the rear wheel coming out of turns. Like I like it a lot.
I never tried it, but
so-
when someone told me you could do that, I was like, ooh.
So Anton Wass, CEO of Stark, he was adamant about it. I promise you're gonna love it. Just try it. And I kept saying, "There's no way, dude. I'm not doing that. Like, I've done this a long time. I'm not doing that." And then I finally broke down. I had a day. I was like, you know what? Throw it on there. I want to try it. And I'm like, dude, Anton's gonna be so pumped. I'm gonna have to like, you know, eat a little crow here. It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
So I mean, I love the handbrake, but
All right. Well, thanks for indulging me with all that stuff. Like I said, you've got more time on one than I think anyone I know. So I wanted to pick your brain. So appreciate that. Hey guys, get over to whiskeythrottlemedia.com if you haven't. We got all kinds of moto, off-road, dual sport content, free ride stuff. Our new feature Hang Time is up on there. We got new merch, all kinds of stuff. Our story today, our guest story, is brought to you by Yamaha. Let's get into it, man. Cushing, Oklahoma?
Cushing, Oklahoma.
Where the hell is that?
It's pretty much, I'd say hour east from Oklahoma City, hour west from Tulsa, kind of right in the middle there. Oil town, everyone, my dad, grandpa, my brother-in-law, all work for oil companies, right?
Okay.
So small town, maybe 7,000 people, but
really small.
my parents, my sister, and her family all still live there, and grandma and stuff. So it's a cool place. Now that I'm older, I'm thankful I grew up there. It's small town. It's, you learn things that you wouldn't otherwise.
Yeah, it's a different type of growing up. I grew up in Montana in a town called Great Falls. It's like it was probably 30,000 people back then. Relatively small. And it's nice to go back because it doesn't change. They got a Sam's Club, and it was like, whoa, biggest thing. People were freaking out. But just, you could go and you're like, yeah, it looks like it's 1987. I mean, nothing has changed. And that's cool to me, because here you go away for a week and you come back, there's a whole new strip mall. You're like, what happened?
It's some things in life, like I said, hard for me to stay on one thing for too long. I like fast pace, but when it comes to like living, when you need to like decompress a bit, it's nice having it be slow. Like my old man knows every person in town. If he's got an issue with something, he knows who to call, knows who to probably went to high school with. You know what I mean? It's nice having that.
Yeah. You got any siblings?
Sister.
Older or younger?
Younger.
Younger, okay. And then you started really early, I know, but did you do any other sports or do anything else before moto?
No. I mean, my earliest memories are riding a motorcycle.
Okay.
One of my earliest memories, probably where this whole thing got started, is I remember on my PW50 crashing, bars hitting me, going through the goggles, probably concussed, right? Started a string of that. Wish I didn't. But, yeah, man, my earliest memories are me riding. I played a little bit of, baseball when you're young and played football one year in, middle school, but I just wasn't that interested. It's hard to do anything for me, I guess, or most of us. If you're not, in love with it, you're not going to put much into it. But I absolutely was obsessed with motocross from the time I can remember.
And Oklahoma, in that area, did you guys get snow? Could you ride year-round?
Get snow a little bit, but most of the time you could.
Yeah.
And honestly, for me, I was very fortunate because Oklahoma's not a big place, but there was a really good scene racing-wise around there.
Yeah.
When I was at that age where I was getting into it, Robbie Raynard would show up on a factory Suzuki and race local races sometimes. You had Johnny Marley. Guy was still racing, and he was a big part of the whole scene. Guy built the track at my house when I was in high school. Guy's done a lot. Guy and Robbie have done so much for Oklahoma racing. Marshall Plum as well. He's still heavily involved with the race scene there. Mm-hmm. And having those people, and then Trey obviously right above me, and Colt Nichols, who was been my best friend since I was 5-6 years old, just down the road, couple hours, always together, race each other every weekend. I mean, me and my dad talk all the time. That's a very big reason why we both got good, is because I was showing up to a local race every week, nervous, worried about if I didn't win because I got to beat this guy and he's good. So we both had that. It just elevated us both. It was really
iron
cool.
Sharpens iron.
Amen.
I love it. So your dad rode a bit, you said, right? You said he was not super talented, but he dug it.
He rode. He loves and loved motorcycles.
Yeah.
Back then, you would get your motorcycle license at 14. You'd ride to school. You had some freedom. Him and all of his buddies would ride and have fun. He didn't race much. Obviously, my grandpa wasn't into it, didn't care. Wasn't like my parents were. So he raced a couple of times here and there, but had a career ender pretty much with a loop out. I hate to do it to you, Pops, but he.
Sorry, Dad.
But I will say though that my dad, pretty much when me and my sister were born, pretty much just worked and then did our stuff. Just pretty much right there. He just made the complete switch to being like just an awesome dad, and could see, like everyone could see, that I was obsessed with racing. Just like you see with kids, like they just either naturally gravitate towards something. Like I wasn't going to races. My dad wasn't racing. He'd ride here and there, but I'd watch it on TV, and then I was just hooked, right? Blown away when they brought my first PW home. It was like a 1989 maybe, gold wheels, red and white. So I didn't even know they made little dirt bikes, right? But I was on it as much as I could, and my dad, the whole thing was, we're not going further than 50 miles. There was a handful of tracks. Cooperland was 30 minutes away. Guy had another place called the Sugar Bowl where my first race was, and it was close. And that didn't last that long, you know. After about a year of that, not even, he was like, we can go a little further. We can go to like,
Let's look at 100 miles.
we can go to like, you know, Texas maybe. But like, could see pretty quickly that I was getting better quick.
Yeah.
And he could see I had some ability and talent there. So we just kind of started figuring it out.
For you guys there in Oklahoma, if you were looking for more competition, was Texas where you went? Like when I moved to Arizona when I was 10, obviously, we got to go to SoCal, and we made a billion trips over here because you knew you'd find all the fastest 80 kids, you know, in the sport. Was that where you guys would go, Texas, or what else?
Yeah, a lot of the time it was Texas. I spent a lot of time racing in Texas. I mean, like I said before, lucky for me, like an Oklahoma State Series race or a local race in Oklahoma, I had to race Colt Nichols. So I was set on competition. But
and you guys were pretty evenly matched right away?
Pretty much, like dead even. We would fight to the death for a win every race that we did.
But you were buddies. You didn't let it.
Best friends.
Yeah.
Crazy. I was like that. Me and my friend group, which are still a lot of my friend group, Brad Frace, who was a really fast amateur, he moved to Texas when we were pretty young, and then we all became friends, and same with him. Like, me and him would have some gnarly battles, but I don't know. It just, some people grow up differently.
Did your parents, was there like rivalry between the parents?
No.
Okay.
All of our parents were friends too. Okay. Like, we would all, I mean, because we all were trying to make it work, right? Like, we would go together to races, split costs.
Yeah.
So we traveled a lot to races with Colt and his family and all that. So, yeah, no, they're practically family at this point. You know what I mean? Like, if I ever needed anything growing up, even I could call them, you know, so.
So you guys were racing right away, got serious pretty quick. Who else was in your little, like you said, Frace, Colt, who else was kind of in your riding group and your buddies, the people you were kind of competing with there? And then who are your other kind of, when you started going to amateur nationals, who are the other fast guys?
I mean, locally, those were my good friends, you know, and my main competition, really. Like, Texas had a handful of guys for sure, but as far as guys I was friends with and all that, it was really those few guys. Nationally, I mean, my age group was gnarly. You know, a lot of guys still winning now were my age group. So I grew up, like, nationally, it would have been, I think Eli was a year or two older, so I'd catch him every other year. Anderson was always fast. I mean, dude, if you go down the list of, like, the 2013 class of, like, 250 racing, it was like, I mean, Baggett, he was that year or so catch him here and there. And then, I mean, dude, I don't even remember all the names. Like, that list was gnarly.
Yeah, I looked through, when I was looking at your Loretta stuff, I clicked on one of your classes, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's a lot of guys. It's funny to see all of you guys on 60s at the same time. Like, you just
all the way through. And it's crazy. It's the same group of guys, you know? Like, I mean, my first moto win at Loretta's was in Super Mini. Been going for a long time. Finally got a moto win. I passed Max Anstey on the last lap to win it. So, like, even Max Anstey, it's like we all grew up together, you know. Even like Dino's a good friend of mine, has been for a long time. We were teammates on Bobby Hewitt's team, Extreme Team Green at the time.
Okay.
When I moved up to big bikes, we had a lot of fun. And, there was just a really tough group growing up nationally. It was very, very competitive. Which, you know, like you said, iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
It elevated everybody because everybody wants to win.
Yeah, absolutely. What pro guys were you looking up to? Obviously, Guy Cooper had to be a guy in Renard, right?
Yeah, Guy Cooper was because he was local and I could see him.
Yeah.
Because he would still race locally, and he was still crazy as hell. Like, he would go for the biggest jumps and do exactly what you think Guy Cooper would do. He would still do it at like 40.
Yeah.
So Guy was always amazing to me. And Robbie, obviously. Robbie was somewhat of a father figure for a lot of my adult life. Lived with him. Me and Colt both lived with him for a long time. And Robbie was always, to me, there's certain people that have riding styles that 15, 20 years later still look beautiful now, which is tough because very few people, early 90s, their style translates, but Robbie just had the most beautiful riding style. And he was very, very talented. I don't know if this is a theme, but, injuries. But those guys for sure. Trey, I always had so much respect and admiration for Trey. He was older than me enough for me to not ever race him till I went 450 class. And so he went before us. He helped us out a lot. Me and Colt specifically, like letting us ride there, helping us out, just advice. I had some big injuries, some head injuries, right? And I had one in 2020, and we lived in the same town, Edmond, Oklahoma at the time. And he could see I was kind of struggling with things. I was going to retire. I didn't know what to do. It's the first time I'd ever got scared. And he was calling me, and we'd go get coffee and talk for 2 hours and stuff. He's a great person.
A good human being.
He's a great person. Yeah. So I think I had great role models and people to look up to, for sure. That Oklahoma crew there was a good run there where there was just a lot of really impressive guys, and having Texas close, and then Will and Tommy Hahn were also, I looked up to them as well. They were both older enough that I never raced them, and they were Kansas, which was close, and then Texas, which is just the other side. So, yeah, man, I had those guys for sure. But my biggest inspiration and hero in this was McGrath, obviously. I'm that age group. Yeah. I had a BW50. I got it in 98 when I was 4. I wanted number 2. He was number 2 that year. It was MC, dude. You know, so MC, then I actually got to know Ricky a little bit, even young, and Ricky was always, it was MC and then it was Ricky for me, and James was, I wanted to be James Stewart, and Chad, those guys, that whole group there was like.
Yeah, that was a really cool period for the sport, right?
Awesome.
Because, there's not a lot of times where you have that many guys that can win coming together at one time.
That are superstars.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's rare.
Was Cooper's 500 acres near you? Because that's the only place. I've been to Guy's house now, but I went and rode at the 500 when I was just turning pro. I was a Suzuki support guy, and dude, he blew me away. Like, the property was insane. He jumped in this little tractor, went into this ravine, and just started shoveling these huge cliff jumps, and I'm like, he's hitting it, and I'm like, all right, well, I guess I got to follow him off. And I should have died out there.
I was going to say, bad idea.
Terrible idea.
Guy had no fear, and he was a little superhuman with things he could somehow pull off. Bit miraculous, dare I say. But, yes, the 500 is, from where I grew up, it's probably 20, 30 minutes. So okay. My dad, that was his favorite place because there was trails, there's multiple tracks, there's all this stuff. You could go hang out. Like, it was a really cool place. I haven't been in a long time, but, yeah, I definitely.
It's still around? You can still ride there?
I'm not sure. I haven't been in a while, but I know growing up I went there quite a bit, Yeah.
Cool. So you guys got serious in a hurry. I was stunned to find your first time at Loretta's was 2000 in the 51cc 4 to 6 class. I
thought I was going to win, too. I had no idea what I was getting into because I swept my regional, and I was like, like, my dad told me this was, like, kind of a big thing. Like, going into it, like, this is going to be tough. And then I won it pretty easy, and then I got to Loretta's, and it was like, this is a little different level here.
Blow your mind a little bit? Yeah, was that the first time you'd ever seen that?
For sure.
Yeah.
And we're in, like, an F-150 with a, white trailer in the back and, like, doing it like that.
Camping at the track and all that.
So, like, say, like, Lake Whitney that year in 2000 was probably, I think, my first real national. I think I won the first moto, but then they had to rerun it because of something. So I think I got second. I went 2-2 or 2-3 or something. So that was my first national, and we had the maroon F-150, which ended up being my first vehicle. So that I bought from my dad,
Okay.
by the way. But we had that with a camper shell on the back and a little trailer, and we slept on mattresses, air mattresses in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
And kind of kept the same sort of style all the way through. Like had a toy hauler, but a small one, just very modest setup. And my dad was like, "Look, it's way cooler to roll like this if you win like this than it is to do it the opposite. I mean, would you rather?" My dad's favorite thing to say was like, "Would you rather?" If someone were to ask him, "Would you rather be filthy rich or winning?" I'd rather be winning. So none of that stuff ever mattered to my dad.
Yeah.
So that's how we did it. And yeah, like you said, I mean, I started racing in '99, and 2000 we were hitting nationals already. So
That's just crazy to me. I didn't go to a national till, I was like, I guess 10. So, I mean, quite a bit older than you. And even then it blew me away. So I can't imagine being a 5-year-old or whatever you were.
but I think I was so young, and you're just a kid, so you're literally the definition of naive, right? I was like, I race all the time, whatever. There's just a lot of people here.
Yeah.
So I think it's almost better like that because you don't even really have an
Realize the
understanding.
pressure and the.
Like Loretta's even, it didn't really blow my mind. I was just like, why did I get smoked? Like I got my ass kicked. Like what's that about? I never lose. Like what was that?
Yeah.
It was good for me.
Huh. Yeah. 13th your first year. You went back when you missed 2001.
We had a decision because my dad and my mom both had jobs, right? So, like, dude, we can't do Ponca and Loretta's. And I was a year down in the class, and I was probably not going to do great. My dad was like, look, we can go to Ponca. It's 45 minutes away. I can go back and forth and still do things at home.
Yeah.
So we just did Ponca, and I was kind of that way, though, growing up. Every time I was a year down in a class, I didn't do good at all.
Yeah.
And then when I was in like the top of the age group, I would do good or better. So I went back in '02. I don't remember how it went, but
18th in the 51, 7-8.
couple DNS or something.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I don't get the moto
but
finishes,
at that
just
age,
so
it's
wrong.
like, whatever. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Then you went 5th, then you got a 4th on a 60, 4th on a 80.
I know I'll tell you that 12 to 13
Second
year,
in schoolboy.
I'm pretty big on that 12 to 13, 14, 15, that age group of kids.
Yeah.
There's such a drastically large variance in kids at that age. When I was on the 12 side of 12, 13,
Well, it's all when your balls drop, right? It's like when the testosterone
dude,
kicks
I
in.
literally got like 20 something. I don't think I top 20 or top 15 to moto. The next year I went back and I got like 4th or 5th
Yeah.
because I was like,
Yeah. Couple armpit
getting
hairs.
some
You're
armpit
like,
hairs, you know what I mean?
let's go. That's funny. It's funny watching kids. They'll be kind of timid and passive, and then you'll see them 6 months later, and they're like all.
I've seen it with a couple of these kids, like being around like some of the amateur stuff, kind of helping out a little bit, and I'm like, I just saw you.
Yeah.
And why do you sound like that?
Yeah, that's funny to watch. So, I mean, you like I said, you win a lot. I mean, the 10 years of Loretta's, that's crazy to me.
You gotta
Kind of
do it.
through your amateur career, was there any big races, big championships you won? Any moments that were kind of key for you? I mean, we could talk a long time about your amateur career.
12, 13, I won a class at Mini O's. Me and
Okay.
Joey Savacci battled for it. Joey's been a good friend of mine. We were like, he was in the crew. We were pretty inseparable as teenagers at amateur races.
Was he from Georgia? Where's he from?
He's from California, but yes, George MTF,
okay. Yeah,
basically.
okay.
So, but yeah, at all the races, then he'd come to my house and stay sometimes and whatever. So, won a title there, got a team green ride when I moved up to 14, 15 for Super Minis. That was the first like real ride I'd ever got. So we've been doing this long, and finally got a team green ride. And my Super Mini year, I started to figure it out. Eli was older, but he was still on Super Minis. And I think he was better than me, obviously, but I beat him a couple motos here and there. Then I went to Loretta's, and he had a bad moto, and I was set up pretty easy to win in Super Minis. And I, like last lap of the second moto, I tucked the front end up breaking my leg. So, from there, pretty quickly, dude. Everything kind of happened weird. Like I went from my first year on like a full team green ride to Bobby Hewitt calling my dad and being like, hey, do you want to ride for, at the time, the only semi in the pits was Extreme Team Green, Bobby's team. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm ready for that, but sure. What are you going to do? Say no?
Yeah.
It was me, Malcolm, Dino, and Zach Freeberg that year. I kind of struggled moving up to big bikes. I went to school all the way through high school, so in hindsight, I get it. But at the time, I was like, why do I only do good at like Loretta's and Ponca? Well, yeah, dude, I'm in school the rest of the time. I'm not really riding ever. So
MT, in my day, there was none of these camps, right? The MTFs, the GPFs, all of that. But since you were little, those have been around, yeah? Did you guys ever consider that? Was that ever like talked about, discussed? I mean, what do you think of those things? Like,
I mean, it wasn't really, because honestly, it's expensive to do that stuff.
Yeah.
My parents are both working, busting their ass every day at their jobs, and you got a family, you got stuff. It's like racing gets expensive when you're doing it like this, right? Even if you are smart about it. So like, there was just no way for one of my parents to quit their job or to pay to send me to a facility, and whatever. I'm thankful for it now. I'm glad I went to high school and, socially, all of it, right? It's good. But I think the only time where there was a thought of it was after my schoolboy year going into B. And I think one of the guys at Cowie, maybe it might have been Bobby, that told my dad, like, just don't, like, just ride it out, like, finish it, it'll be fine. And that's my favorite thing to say to like kids, that if I work with some kids now or some of these kids, I'm like, look, it don't matter when you get there. As long as you get there, it's okay to take your time. You're going to be better for it.
I would argue most of the time, if you can gain a little maturity before you get into the pro class, it's better. Everybody's talking about Drew Adams, and I guess he's jumping up and going to be pro. Well, I don't know, man. He's 16. Like,
He's in a tough spot, though.
I know.
What do you do?
I know.
Like, I didn't win until I was my B year. I didn't win Loretta's till then, And that coincided with me. I took through my school, my junior year of high school, I took a bunch of online stuff so I just was like, I was doing pretty bad at the beginning of the year because I was doing school, hated it, go home, and have to do more school online, but it was like either that or you're going to maybe have to go to college. And I was like, the hell with that. I'll figure this out. And I graduated early with doing that. And then as soon as I graduated high school, I went to, I think, World Mini right after. And then I won like 4 out of 5 classes. And then I swept Loretta's. And then things happened quick from there just because I was riding. But with Drew, because he was out at the compound with us down there, as like a 14-year-old when I was down there, already damned impressive. But he's at a point where, what do? You've already dominated Loretta's, won pretty much everything. Like, it's a tough spot. You can't just go to Loretta's again, Yeah, like, what do you do?
I know. At a point, you start getting stale.
Yeah, I mean.
But like and he's a man-child. That's a big kid for 16.
He's definitely.
But still mentally, there's a lot to process when you jump into pro racing and all of the...
I think, too, though, a lot... I was 18 when I turned pro, but everything that my career, amateur-wise, even professionally, just, like, took a while. It's like, I kind of understand why now, but, like, at the time, I was like, what do I do here? It just kind of took a little while to get going, and then finally it would be like, oh, there we go.
Yeah.
And I didn't grow into, like, my confidence as, like, a person until I was around 16, 17, where I started finally being like, dressing how I wanted. I'm at school. I'm like, trying to date cheerleaders. I'm doing, I'm like confident finally. And then it switched because I went from being kind of shy, didn't like podium interviews, to being obviously the opposite, loving all of that. Yeah. So it happens just different for everybody. Like Drew has been living in a motorhome at a facility since he was young, like, I don't know, those kids it's a different thing these days. Like,
yeah, it is.
And everyone's different.
Do you like those? Do you think those are good?
I mean, there's pros and cons to everything, but I think my personal experience with me is that I'm glad I didn't go that route. I'm glad my parents were like annoying and made me go to high school and through all of that, because it was much better for me. And anyone in my position will tell you, you've been there. I just turned pro, dude. What the hell happened? Where did the last 12, 13 years go, right? Then you got life. I'm 31. I just turned 31. I got life now.
Bro, you got, let's say, with healthy living, at least 50 years. That's a long time. And you don't even, when you're in your 20s, you're like, you can't even conceive of being 30.
I didn't care.
Right.
I would have died for whatever I was doing. Like, I cartwheeled myself so many times, and I wish I had a little more perspective. I cartwheeled myself a lot because I was just like, all that matters is right now.
Yeah. And you have to have that mindset to be competitive in the moment. But, man, I wish there was a way to get through to people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
I do think there is something to be said, though, for, like, I would go race on the weekends, and, like, I had a Team Green ride, and I was, I was bringing cases of Monster to school at the time because I was riding for Cowie. And,
hooking up all your friends.
Right, but I'd go to school and they didn't care at all. Like, I was just a kid that skateboarded and dressed weird, and I was just another kid at school. Then I go on the weekends and it's like I'm winning stuff, and it's kind of like, it was a weird dichotomy, if you will, but it was strange, dude. Like, I'm just a normal kid that you got to figure out how to navigate this landscape. And then at the races, you're like this guy, where a lot of the kids that grow up in those facilities, if you grow up and you're winning your whole life, you're just treated different.
Right.
It's like being a hot chick, dude. You're just treated different.
Yeah.
And you never really get to experience the side of it where people don't give a shit and they don't think you're awesome. You have to kind of like figure your way. So for life, yes. For racing, I don't know. I think if I had done the end of my amateur career, if I had been able to do that a little sooner, things that maybe would be better. You have more of a name. You could probably make more money. Negotiations go a little different. I'm fully fine with everything that happened to me. I'm good. I'm thankful for it. It's all good. But
that's a super good point that you brought up, because I was the same way. My high school, only a couple of people even knew that I rode dirt bikes. They didn't even know what it was. But then, yeah, I mean, you go to amateur national and win, and you're like,
you know how it is. It's like being in high school and being the quarterback.
Yeah, so it does teach you.
I mean,
this is real life, and then this is this fake world, right?
When you're young and racing, there's, what kids are doing at races when they're not racing. And
no, what? Tell us all that.
I've heard. I don't know. So, like, in high school, I had a girlfriend. She came to a race one time. She didn't know anything about it. She came to a race, and she was like, she left halfway through the day. She was like, and I was like, all right, this ain't going to work out. But, like, didn't care, didn't know, didn't matter.
Yeah.
Right? It wasn't what was going on in the bubble there. So it was good for me. I'll say it was.
Good perspective on life. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Is there anything different? You kind of answered this a little bit. Anything you'd go back and do differently if you could kind of rewind to that first ride you got, or mid high school? Like, would you change the way your path went?
At that age, no, because it worked out pretty perfectly. Like, my B year, Ryan Holiday was a big supporter of mine, and he did a lot for me with Team Green. Because when Bobby's team switched to Suzuki's, I got dropped because I got second at Loretta's behind Eli, but he was not in the same race as me or any of the rest. Like, he was gone. He was ready to go pro, and I was not. So yes, I went 2-2-2, and on paper it looks like I was closer. I wasn't. So I didn't end up going with them. So then Ryan helped me out there, but then I ended up winning a lot, and then got the Geico deal with Ziggy.
Okay,
from there. So it all worked out good.
So your last 2 years there, you went 1-1-2-1 at the ranch, 250B mod, 450B, and then the 250 and 450A. Were you on a Honda in 2011?
Yes, 2011.
So going into that year of pro sport, you were signed with Geico. Was that a multi-year deal? And how did that come about?
So after Loretta's 2010, so Ponca, I think I lost one moto. I think I won like 11 out of 12. And Loretta's, I won all 6 motos in the B class, 250B mod. Like at the time, that was probably the toughest class there. And I had some offers from different people, but had known Ziggy for most of our lives, just never worked with him, never rode for him, was never sponsored by him. That's a funny story. We just happened to get parked next to him at Mini-O's in 03, and he was there for the first time in like 20 years, right? And me and my dad are sleeping on cots in that trailer, and I'm fast, and I was running up front, and Ziggy loved it, and him and my dad got along well, and they're still really funny when they get together. Like, so I had a lot of respect for him as a person before I even had anything to do with him professionally. But it's good to know it translates, you know, when you're meet good people like that. It doesn't happen often. I liked what, you know, Trey went there. Mm-hmm. Similar thing. Trey swept the B class, and then he went to FC, and I mean, they offered me a 3-year deal, 1-year amateur, 2-year pro.
That's a pretty nice deal.
I mean, I called Mitch, and Mitch is awesome. He's another person I have all the respect in the world for. My Super Mini was one of the coolest bikes I ever had. My 250F, the Cowie that year, was awesome. And I was hanging out with Dino a lot at that time. I was around a lot. I was in their rig all the time. Like, when I was around, like, and I remember calling him and him saying, yeah, if you do this again next year, then for sure. And I'm like, dude, please give me something. Like, you know, I've been here. I was on Cowies my whole life. And it just wasn't going to happen at that time. I mean, it was like when you were there, like Mitch he could hire whoever he wanted because everybody wanted to go there.
Yeah.
But I'm really grateful for the Geico thing because my Shaq, Ziggy, my mechanic Hutch, who's now crew chief for the 450 HRC team, like some really, really good people. And they just really believed in me and I could feel it. So I went there and did that, and it took me I came in with a, you know, full of piss and vinegar after my amateur career. My A year was fun. It was really fun. I was winning a lot. I think my last 2 years at Loretta's, I won like 10 out of 12 motos, but I got beat in 250A, which I was not pumped on. But then I was like, look, it's fine. I'm racing Unadilla next week. And, you know, that transition was so much easier because I'd known Will a long time, and Will Hahn was my teammate, kind of like a big brother, helped me out a lot. I remember going into my rookie year Supercross, crying in my van at Milestone because I could not hit the whoops, couldn't figure it out, couldn't hack it. And Will just gets in there and he says, puts his arm around me, he goes, brother, just hit him in 5th. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, stop crying. I was like, I'm like, dude, I'm going to get lapped. He's like, no, you're not. Shut up. So, like, it made it a lot easier because I had, you know, good teammates. I knew it was doable because Trey had done it. Eli, Barsha, you know.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, and, you know, back in the 90s when I rode for Mitch, it was either a factory team or Mitch. There wasn't any other good competitive teams. Moto Triple X had a thing, and No Lean had a big bike thing, but like there wasn't much. NCY Yamaha had a little thing. But by this point, 2011, Geico was doing their own motors in-house because Mitch was doing their motors early on.
I don't think yet, but they did shortly after, I think. Or maybe they were, but we were still running like PC pipes and stuff.
PC pipes, but he was doing, what's the motor guy? Kibby.
Yeah.
He was doing all his engines because even in
right.
9, 10 when I was at TLD, I know they would get, even we were getting Mitch's motor and then we would go do our own things to it. Mm-hmm. And I know Kibby had his little tricks up his sleeve. So they were good bikes is what I'm saying. Great people. That team was legit. Okay, so let's talk about your kind of transition into pro. You did your first pro race, you said, was Unadilla. And, dude, you did really well right off the freaking crack, didn't you?
Yeah, I got 5th, I believe. I ran up front all day. I didn't have much after about 20 minutes. But, I mean, the thing is like at that point, which is why I think more importantly than being age or that maturity level, it's really just the confidence that you've got going in.
Yeah.
If you're like physically and mentally at that point, it doesn't matter what age you are. But I came in very, very confident. And I've been riding with Trey a lot, And even my B year, I would run his pace quite a bit, and he was even telling the guys like, "Yo, he won that next weekend or whatever. Is the year he won the title. He's going to the races, being like, yeah, but dude, this kid's gonna be good." So Trey was obviously very helpful as well. But yeah, I went in. I got 5th there. I think Southwick was the year there was like a hurricane. I think I went.
I remember that.
Like
year.
18-4.
That was okay. So I was wondering why the results dipped there. That would be why. Hurricane.
And then Steel City was not good. I was sick.
Well, you got 7th. It's not terrible.
In hindsight, I didn't even know I got 7th. But I remember the first moto, I was battling with Dean for the lead for half the race. It was really hot. I'm a kid coming from amateurs, and I probably ate McDonald's all week, right? Like
flapjacks.
Just
for
didn't
breakfast.
know any better, right?
Yeah.
So I battled with him, and then I hit a wall really bad, and I had like a sinus infection or something. I remember being like pretty sick, and then the week after that, I didn't leave the house. I just stayed inside and slept because I was sick. And then we go to Paula, and I'm like feeling good, that year, and I crashed in the first corner. First moto, but I came all the way back to 10th, and I was passing guys on the last lap. I was like, oh, I can do this. Second moto, I got out front early, and I led for like 25, 27 minutes. And then that year, Dino he was firing.
Yeah.
That was probably peak Dean,
yeah.
Looking back, and he got me right at the end. I ended up second that moto, but I knew I could do it from then, especially. Going in, I was pissed I didn't podium Unadilla at the time, which is good. You have to be like that, otherwise,
yeah,
who knows? But
well, looking at on paper, you leave, 1-1-2-1 at Loretta's your last 4 motos. Your first 4 pro nationals, which just followed immediately after, you went 5-9-7-5, never out of the top 10, and led a good bit. Like that's really good.
Honestly, like the trajectory that I saw for myself, or that maybe people around me could see, was gonna go a lot better than how my career actually went. But same old song and dance, baby. Just injury after injury after injury. Yeah. I never got hurt growing up. I got hurt once, But going into Supercross the next year, I really struggled with, because I didn't ride it ever. Nowadays, these kids are gnarly on Supercross on 80s.
Yeah, were you getting hurt in Supercross? Looking back, were those your injuries? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was the same way. I didn't have, I broke a wrist, fracture a wrist or something, being in a cast for 4 weeks. I never had any major injury till I started racing Supercross. And then it was an ACL.
Yeah, I don't
year
think I
one,
did any in outdoors.
And I think every year I raced, I hurt something, except maybe 2.
It's just such a fine line, man. It's razor thin with Supercross. The mind can't wander. You can't make mistakes because there's a lot of consequence. Outdoors, you can, and you can kind of move around, be a little more creative. And Supercross, you got to be on it, and it's more. In school, I liked history and English because I like to write, and I love history. So I think I'm just a middle-aged man, and even as a young guy. So you don't have to necessarily color in the lines in those. I hated math. Supercross to me was more math because it's repetition. It's the whole race you do this. You don't deviate much from the line. Outdoors, you can do some weird stuff and it works. But yeah, I definitely got hurt more there. But even moving up, my first year going in, I didn't think I was going to do well, and I think I podiumed my second race, and I won the heat that night. And my first race was going well. I think I was battling around podium position, and then Mookie took me out, and I, being young and very ignorant, I suppose you'd say, not knowing I'm probably going to be on the Jumbotron, just had this pile up here, probably going to be on TV. I got up and smacked him in the back of the head.
Oh, you did?
got my first Supercross, got my first fine, my first meeting in the AMA truck. So that wasn't my proudest moment, but, live and learn.
Sometimes you got to smack somebody in the back of the helmet, Tell me, before we jump into that, because that was 2012, what did you take away from these first 4 nationals? Kind of that, I always am interested in that transition into pro racing. Like, what stands out when you think back? Like you said, you probably ran yourself into a hole at Steel City. You said you slept all week and then came out feeling great, but like you don't have the base, the fitness base built up. I think that's pretty common with most amateur kids, right? Because you're used to doing 15, maybe 15-minute motos.
Especially then and before. Nowadays, it's a little different. Like Drew Adams, for example, he's fit. He's done a lot. He's been.
Well, and they chart for these kids, like they chart a really good course. Like he's up doing the Canadian Nationals, and it's 30-minute motos.
I love that.
I love that.
that.
I'm surprised more guys don't do it. And they actually have it set up to where you can race there as an amateur. It's pro-am.
Yeah. You know what's actually, I mean, I think watching the Loretta stuff, because I watch all the classes I'm interested in, and Cole Davies was with Will a lot. I was around him a lot. If Will was gone, I'd go to the track with him sometimes. Like, I really like him, and his mom were around a lot. They're cool. He's a cool kid. So I'd watch some of those races, right? I think with Drew, it's like you can tell he's been racing a lot. You know, he's been racing so much this year, last couple of years, that it shows. You know, that's the downfall with the facility stuff, I think. You know, for me growing up, I was still competitive, even though I didn't ride in the week. I was in school. I was doing other stuff.
But you raced every weekend.
I raced every weekend.
Yeah.
Colt, same way. He did the similar thing, like went to school. We'd race every weekend. My racecraft was pretty good. I was okay with gate drops and all of the stuff going on. Like, if you never do that, it's a different thing. I mean, take some time off and then go race again, and it takes you a minute to get going because it's different. I think that is huge. And Drew having, like I said, he moved down to the compound when I was there, having, you know, the Lawrences and Hymas and all their crew that they've got down there, which are
Burner and Dazzy.
And Burner, which obviously Burner was later in my career very, very helpful and a good friend of mine, and I got a lot of time for Michael Byrne. Having those people around is like, it helps accelerate the curve. And then Dan Truman as well. Dan is awesome. He's helped me out when I've needed. I needed a mechanic for a World Supercross race. He went, and he's a guy that he was there, and he got my lunch, sorted all my stuff, because someone's got to do it, and he's on top of things. So that group of people around him will help make that transition better. I think when I turned pro, we were all kind of still, it wasn't what it is now. You know, it was better than it was before.
It keeps getting more
It's just the way it
organized
goes,
and more
but
structured.
I wasn't structured at all. You know, I was like at all.
Yeah.
I just thought it was fine. Like,
I would contend that that's where, like, America has lost a little bit of their edge on a global stage. Because back in the 80s and even into the 90s, through the 90s, we raced. We raced all the time. The factory guys out here in California would race Golden State races, like all of the local big races. They were, because there wasn't practice tracks that were watered and prepped 5 days a week. The minute that started happening, guys were like, I rode Monday through Thursday. I'm not going to need to race this weekend. Or they're going to these puppy mills and just motos, but they only race 5, 6, 7 times a year. You can't replace racing. And that I think is something, Drew, and some of these, there's some kids doing it right where they're charting out a calendar and going, okay, I'm racing here. I'm going to do all this. And then I'm also going to have a good structured program week to week.
well, there's something to be, you're already living like a pro then. And for Drew, where he's at, you know, B class, A class, like Drew, Cole, those kids that they're going to go pro and be someone, that's what you need to do nowadays, especially. And we all know how, if I didn't come in and do like run up front right away, all that confidence that I had from amateurs would be, it goes. It's a fickle thing.
Yeah.
Can't buy it. If you could, you would. But for them, they're already living like professionals. So the transition, I don't think will be that drastic for them, you know?
Yeah. Well, plus futures. You didn't have that, right? That was way before your after
Dude,
your
I
time.
didn't ride Supercross until I was on.
Crying at Milestone.
Until the end of 2011.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't ride a real Supercross track.
Think if you had futures, like what that's done for these kids, like in front of the crowd, the actual track. It's wild.
It's awesome because even, I mean, for Cole Davies, right?
Yeah.
The kid is so talented in Supercross.
Unreal.
Outdoors, probably some work to do if you want to be winning, right? He was probably the next guy after Drew, but Drew was quite a bit better than everybody. Mm-hmm. But Supercross, like, you watch Cole right away, and a lot of that, could attribute to Ben, to BT, because he
His
knows his
flawless.
stuff, man.
Yeah.
He really does. And talked to Cole quite a bit in that time period and like about it. But he just hits the whoops right. He does everything right. It looks easy. It looks effortless. His heart rate's probably 10 beats lower than the other guys. That's going to pay off a lot on the long run of things, because you can make a career out of just doing good in Supercross, right? It's harder to do it if you're just in outdoors. So,
Okay.
Future's thing has been big for like kids like that. He got a good star deal because
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. If he's just relying on Loretta's and World Mini and Mini O's, maybe he's not down there. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so take me into 2012. You're on your year 1 of 2 in the pros with Geico. Great teammates, everything dialed in. Arlington got yourself a fine and a 14th OA, but podium the next week in Atlanta, dude. Again, like that's impressive. Second Supercross ever, and you're on the box.
You know, I think maybe now it would be more impressive. But then I think, dude, my age group was so gnarly. Like, I was racing that year as a rookie. It was Barsha, Roxon, Mookie, I think who was Durham, Wharton. There was like, I can't even remember. There was a lot of guys, right? And I was a handful of races. I was qualifying P1 and won some heat races. Like, I won my heat and got on the box the second race. But it's just the way it goes when you're there. It's like, at the time I was like, yeah, you know, of course. Like, this is what I'm doing. Like, obviously I'm not going there being like, oh, sick, dude, I got a podium. I'm not like ecstatic because of it, because I expect myself to be there.
Sure.
But my rookie year, I was absolutely, you know, very all over the place.
Really?
A lot of big
Yeah,
crashes.
Yeah. That's normal.
Rookie stuff.
Yeah,
you know.
rookie stuff. Yeah, so 5th at St. Louis. Daytona was rough, you know, and then a bunch of top 10s.
Got stuck in the mud at Daytona.
You did?
Didn't finish. Toronto, I was coming through from a bad start in the heat race. There's that video at the time that was on all the highlights where me and dude hit over there over the finish. I ended up tore some stuff in my knee on that, and I just kept riding with it because what are you going to do? But I just had random stuff like that. Like one week, or what round did I get? A 5th? St. Louis. St. Louis, the very last lap. I never forget it. It was so embarrassing. I'm just shadowing Kenny the whole race. Last lap, I'm trying a little too hard. I fall. And I'm still in 3rd. I get up, and if I just took off, I still get 3rd. So that would have been back-to-back podiums. It would have been probably better for my confidence than being a kid and being pissed. But I fell again as I got up. I fell, and I ended up getting 5th. And I was like, it was so embarrassing. I think I qualified fastest that night. Like, I felt good. But it was just dumb shit like that, like rookie stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And I wasn't an otherworldly talent like a Ricky or those guys that can have those squirrely first years, but they're still going to go the next year and be great. You know, I can look at it now like bird's eye view. I'm not in it. Yeah, dude, I wasn't, you know, there's a certain level of guys like I know God blessed me with some talent for sure. I worked really hard throughout most of my career, but you know, there's levels to this stuff, man. Like, not everybody's supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah, and what I'm curious what you attribute that to. Like, I had this aha moment on the show with Phil Lawrence, and he asked me about, you know, because he and I both come from broken homes. My situation, just a divorce, amicable, but divorced. His was more scattered. And we were talking about why we didn't reach higher levels of success. You know, we both did okay in whatever we did, but he says, how many guys do you know that are like multi-time champions who come from broken homes and chaos in their lives? And I kind of was like, huh, and go through it, dude. From Wardy to Hannah to Dungy, Reed, Carmichael, Stewart, the heroes, right? Like, all of them tight-knit families still. And I thought, huh. And that, to me, I think that's got to play something into somebody's confidence, your ability to, like, have no fear of failure, knowing that there's a support system. And, and like I said, my parents were both great. I don't have any issues with them, but I feel like you can't ignore statistics like that.
I mean, that's, of course, if there's chaos in a young person's life, especially, then it just complicates things. It makes things a little harder. I was lucky. I'm very fortunate. My parents are still just as in love as they were 30 years ago, and
That's rad and rare.
And it's very rare. And like I said, my dad is a great man. My mother is the sweetest person on earth. She thought I hung the moon and the stars, right? My old man, keep me level. It was a nice balance there, but definitely would have been, damn near impossible if I was dealing with that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
Well, it makes it difficult financially for one, because
for sure.
the money.
It's already hard.
The money that families spend to go to Loretta's for a week. I was considering going, and my wife is absolutely not interested in sweating in Tennessee for a week.
Mine's not either, but she's gonna have to because I'm going back one day.
But dude, I'm like, I started adding up. Like unless you have a hookup, somebody that is going, you can stay with them. I'll take your bike. Just fly in. You still got to do the area, the regional. You got to pay the fees, this, to that. Bro, you better save some money. I cannot believe families can go do that.
I mean, that's where I finally kind of kicked it into gear, and I took those extra classes in school because my dad was like, dude, you're on big bikes now. Like, you don't got to ride. What do you want me to do? I buy you 6 bikes.
Yeah.
Big bikes, like, not going to happen.
So what you kind of mentioned this earlier, confidence being this fleeting thing that's like vapor. Like, it's here and then it's gone. In a moto, right? It can just, if you could bottle it up, you'd be so rich. So like, what is your thoughts on that? How does somebody, and it's funny because even like when we had Dungy on, and this is a guy who never finished off the podium, right? He told me, I just always struggled with confidence. And I'm like, bro, if you're struggling with confidence, I don't have a chance.
Yeah, well, that goes back to there's different levels for everybody. Like, I feel like I didn't accomplish much compared to what I thought I should have or could have done. So Ryan Dungey probably thinks the same, dude, and he's one of the best ever. So I think it's just in a competitive person's nature to kind of have that. But it is good to have a little bit of that. You can't just constantly be flying that close to the sun. You know what I mean? So you need a little humbling here and there, and a little, even if it's just a little sliver, you need some doubt.
Yeah.
That'll drive you. But the confidence thing, man, I tell some of these kids, like, you're going to get it. You start to become a man, you get some responsibilities, and you get some confidence by just not breaking promises that you make to yourself.
Yeah, that's it.
Like, when you say you're going to do something, you do it. Like, if you say that you're going to do this moto, and I don't care if you got a flat tire, you finish it. There's some kids that I see that are, even watching Loretta's, Parker Ross. I really like that kid. I've done a couple days of the track with him. He's a good kid. He's got a lot of heart. He's not going to quit. I really, really think you can do more with that than anything else, because you're going to get confident. Because, if you're
discipline,
discipline
breeds confidence.
Dude, it's the same thing with why is my father not, like, why is he so okay and confident with who he is and what he does and everything? It's because he's a man, and he was up at this time every day, and he did this and he did this and handled his stuff, and he's just disciplined, and that's what I think does it. It's a lot of different things, but I mean, a lot of things are circumstantial. I get it, but
you can be as disciplined as hell, and if you just keep getting hurt every year, confidence.
But
right?
I will say, though, from about 2013 till towards the end of my career, I was pretty gnarly, actually, with all my stuff, and I was like pretty focused, dedicated to it. Like, I had my fun, whatever. I had other interests here and there, but nothing ever came before nothing. So, like, I still did have that confidence, even though I made a career out of coming back hurt and not being in shape for racing, but I'd still go holeshot and lead for a little bit, because in my head, I'm like, yes, but this is where I belong. I still had the confidence. I didn't follow through on it very often.
Yeah.
But I still believed it,
Dude, you don't get.
but I busted my ass.
Yeah. Anyone that has a 10-year career as a professional and has factory rides and wins and championships, you are a very high level of confidence already. But the difference, like we talked about, where there's these levels, between you and where Chad Reed or Dungy or me, it's you're splitting hairs, right? Like it's inches.
At that level, it's at the.
But it makes a difference between.
It does. At
yeah.
that level, it's the very, very small things. It's
Yeah.
there's never anything drastic like all these dorks on YouTube will try to tell you. It ain't. You all got there, and it's even with like the writing stuff. Like it's good to have your own. How you do one thing, it's kind of how you do everything, right? Like that's something.
That's Rhino's saying.
Is
it's
it?
true.
Well,
yeah.
honestly, people can say whatever they want. Rhino, most of the things that he says are so spot on.
Yeah.
He's,
Oh yeah.
you know, some things take with a grain of salt. I get it, but the man has conviction in what he believes in. I can respect the hell out of that. He tried to punk me out when I raced him in the A class when he was doing some stuff as a vet guy. Like, he's just that guy. He's just gnarly. So, yeah, some of his ideas a little out there, but a lot of this shit that Rhino says is awesome. Like,
Yeah.
I got a lot of respect for him. So, but it's true. How you do one thing's how you do everything. It's good to have a little personality. You can see it when people ride. It shows. There's no one right way to skin a cat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, so let's dive back into it here. The rest of 2012. Pretty dang good, dude. Like, again, for you to come in and first full season as a pro, you've got 2 podiums in Supercross. Did you miss a couple here with injuries? It doesn't look like all the rounds.
I didn't miss any. No Supercrosses.
No, the Nationals. Did you miss a couple Nationals?
Yeah. So I tore some stuff in my knee.
Oh, okay.
And then I went to Hangtown and the rollers up the hill, which those things got me a couple times throughout my career. I ended up in practice. I just kind of like washed the front coming into them, and you're wide open, and I smacked my head really hard, and I bit my tongue and hit my knee again, and I was like, dude, I'm not feeling great. So I got it fixed and then came back. And it was funny because this is just, even with Colt right now, like I go to the track, I help him a lot, but I'm like, he's like my brother, right? So I'm like, just don't do some of the, like I was maybe this close from it, but you need a mentor or someone that you trust, which I had great people, but someone that had done it like we've done it, to be like, look, dude, I could have probably done a lot more, but there's a couple things that you need to know. Mm-hmm. So like I came back at Millville that year. I had some stuff fixed on my knee, small stuff, meniscus, a couple things, whatever. And I came back and I rode like maybe 2 weeks. And I was like, yeah, I'm good. Like such an idiot, right? I went there and I ran like top 5, like worked my way up and then worked my way back. And so then it's just kind of like the rest of the outdoor season, You
had some. I mean, you 6th at Unadilla, 7th at Washougal. It wasn't awful, but
at the time,
for you probably wanted more.
Yeah, and at the time too, like you got to understand. Also, I'm following Trey, Eli, Barsha, me.
Right. The expectations are high.
The expectations were high, and I should have probably been, in a perfect world, I would have been up front because I was good enough to do it. But
so you should have probably stayed out till
at least a couple more weeks, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe
after Southwick. So anyway, all right. So,
but it was good for me to have those struggles because I was with Will a lot, and Ryan Fedoro, who ended up being one of my best friends in my life up until he passed. I hired him after that, and I moved to California, and I had my place in Oklahoma still for the summer, but I was in California, and he was really hard on me, like big brother / dad kind of. Like me and him, we got really close. Had a lot of similarities. I was kind of had a temper, a little hothead. I was feisty, but I wanted it a lot, and he respected it, and he put a lot of time into trying to help me. So that was a good thing for me. He was like a very, very big part of my life, of my adult life, for sure. Without him, I don't know if I learned really the discipline, because he didn't let me
Held you accountable.
Oh, he held me accountable, and he was, like I said, he was hard on me, dude. Like, he was tough.
Really?
Like, you know, you got to be able to take that, and if you can't, you're probably not built for it. But like, there were some times I was like, dude, you're reminding me of like, you're maybe gnarlier than my dad was sometimes. Like, but that's in the moment. Hindsight was like, I'd probably do the same. It's like,
Was he right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, me and my old man have talked. Like, we talk every day now, FaceTime all the time. Like, it's like my friend, right?
Yeah.
When I was 17, 18, we were getting into it all the time. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of stuff going on. I'm a kid. I don't get it. You know, so like, Ryan was big for me. So struggling through the rest of that season ended up with me, I need to change something. But I ended up, luckily, I hired Ryan, moved to California, and he was on my ass every day. And I got hurt again right away, missed Supercross. But
Yeah, what happened? Tell me about that, because
so I did the Trans World Slam race. It was like their like weird race, bracket race with the cover, and I did that, but I crashed in practice and I broke my hand, and then so I was like, I finished the day, and then I was in a cast for a little bit, and then I came back and I rode one day of Supercross. Day 2, I go to the Honda track and everyone's there. The whole Geico team, Honda and TLD. And there was this like real tricky like 3-3, but you land on like a slope to a small 1-3. And I think on 250s, I think only Eli was doing it. Again, some maybe having a little reel it back in a little bit, bud. What are you doing this for?
yeah.
And I went for it, and I clipped it, and I did the scaphoid and dislocated this one. And so I'm sitting there, you know, in some casts for a while. I missed Supercross. That one was at the point where trying to get my deal done for the next couple of years. I did another 2-year deal with them after that. But they tried to drop like the money quite a bit, and you know, I didn't make as much because it's like, look, dude, we thought you were going to be, and I wasn't making what the guys were making before, don't get me wrong, but you know, we were thinking we still believe in you, but here's the thing, we got another kid that's coming through that we got to make room for too. So ultimately I understood it. I was working, so I got my deal done. So then going into outdoors that year, I was feeling good, and I go to Hangtown. I'm like, dude, I'm back. I'm gonna be all right. And I go and I just eat shit first lap of the first moto, and I'm coming through the pack, and after like 10 minutes, I'm already up to like close to the top 10. Like, I was ripping, and then I did something. I landed in a hole, and this thing was like really sensitive for a few months after, and I wouldn't.
Did you get it pinned? The scaphoid?
Screw. I still have a screw in there.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I would not notice it and feel fine, and then I'd do something. Like, you saw James had that with his as well. Like, sometimes he'd catch it wrong, or he'd crash and he'd feel like you broke it again. It was one of those for a while. So I did that, and kind of took me a little bit to get going from that. You know, it just, you know how it is. If you slowly build, you keep getting better, but everyone else is doing that. And if you're doing this, you're trying to catch up. And then it's a kind of a never-ending cycle of just like trying to catch back up, and I'm trying to make too much happen too soon. And then you do more stuff. But I stayed pretty diligent about like the plan through outdoors that year, and I would attribute a lot of that to Ryan. And we had Dr. G was going to the races with me and Will and a couple of us, and he was super helpful. I lived in his office for 5 years probably. And yeah, so that summer, I don't think my results were great. I don't even remember, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, top 10's a lot. Fourth at Washougal.
Washougal was good. I led a lot of both motos there. I do remember that.
And then 6, 6, 5, 8 was kind of how you ended the season. I mean, so, you know.
Not bad.
It's not bad at all. Yeah, good stuff.
But, yes, I was starting to feel it again, though. Because my group, I remember, I watched it on YouTube like years back, but I remember being like, dude, Me and Colt watched it one day, like on a spin inside, and we were like, bro, our age group was gnarly. Like 2013, it was one of the outdoors, and it was like J Mart, Coop, Anderson, Marvin, Will, Kenny, Osborne. I was like,
Yeah.
I mean, hindsight, I'm like, dude, I was doing okay. I wish somebody could have told me, like, yo, dude, it's okay that you're not like on the box every week. Like, we'll get there.
Well, yeah, it's hard to see when you're in it, right? You only know you want to win.
You're not
And-
supposed to. Someone else
Yeah.
is honestly supposed to tell you to chill out, but you're not going to chill out when you're 19.
Yeah, it's hard to speak common sense or rationalize things.
It's a rare person if you're that age and you have any of that.
I wish there was somebody. I heard a saying. Someone said this thing the other day. It was like most people are always looking for. It was a football analogy. They're always looking for the touchdown, right? And really, the goal of football is first downs, because if you get enough first downs, the touchdown comes. And always looking for a touchdown, you end up with Hail Marys and making irrational mistakes and things like that, right? And I was like, man, I wish someone would have like shared this with me.
The perfect analogy. A little, a lot goes a whole lot further than a lot of little.
Yeah. Dang it.
Just consistency
Yeah,
and
man. Yeah.
and discipline. And discipline doesn't just mean working your ass off, because you can do half the work but be better, and it doesn't matter what work you did. The discipline just comes from controlling your emotions, a lot of that at that age, and controlling thinking a little bit further down the line.
Mm-hmm.
You see like Jet and Hunter, right? You can tell they had a plan for a while. Stick to it, and then you get there. It's if you're that level of talent, you can get there, but you got to be smart about it, very diligent about like not getting ahead of yourself.
Okay, let's jump into 14. This is year one of your 2-year contract you did, or is this year two? Year one of the renewal. Okay, so things are obviously going into this season. Had to be going pretty good. Preseason was.
They were absolutely not going good.
Oh, they were not going
No.
good. Okay.
It's actually, I wasn't supposed to race Supercross. They hired a fill-in guy, and I just last minute was like, dude, I can do it.
Because of your wrists?
No, going into 14, we're talking about now.
Yeah.
So December 3rd, 2013, we were doing a scrimmage day out at our test track at Milestone, and I scrubbed the triple a little too hard, caught my foot, and the infamous like Zach Bell crash.
Oh no.
I did that pretty much, and flew over the triple backwards, landed on my butt, got knocked out for a while. I fractured L1, 2, 3, 4, 5, compression fractured T3, and broke my scapula in half. And I was like,
That's it?
I was like, that was gnarly.
Dude.
So
You should have been dead, though.
I shouldn't have rode, but that was one of the times where,
Did anyone get it on film?
no, I wish. Because actually,
So many views on Instagram.
yes, but honestly, I'm glad it wasn't, because it honestly would have definitely probably scared me, because it was, from what I hear, it was pretty gnarly. Like, it was messed up.
Dude.
I wake up and I'm like, but at that age, dude, and at that point I had done so much work all year, just clawed myself back into it. I'm like, all right, I'm back.
Well, you got knocked out. What was like your first memory coming back? Were you still at the track? Or
well,
what?
I was so gnarly to the medic lady that picked me up that I apologized like profusely when we got to the hospital, because I was like, I am so sorry, but like, I thought I'm dying here. Like, I broke a bunch of stuff in my back. I got knocked out. I get weird when I get knocked out anyways. And I was livid, dude. I woke up, and Myshak, I remember him telling me that I woke up and my first thing was, lots of 4-letter words.
Yeah. Some people get combative after
because I couldn't race Supercross. It was only because I had done all this work, and damn it, now I'm back at square one. I was winning this year. I was saying all of this, right? I was very confident. I was riding well. So, like, I'm in the ambulance, and, like, for some reason, morphine doesn't really do it for me. In, like, a big injury, morphine doesn't do anything. So, like, I'm in a lot of pain. I'm getting a little aggravated, to say the least.
What was your low back, or what was hurting the worst?
Yeah, low back, and scapula broke, like, pretty good. So, like, that hurt a lot, too. But it was just everything. I was just like,
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, they're telling me it was a little scary too. So I get back going. I'm slowly doing stuff, like get out of the back brace and all the stuff. And it's like getting close to the time of like, I'm like, Ryan, I can do it. I'm doing it. Like, I don't care if I'll suffer through the first couple and then I'll be okay. And I remember one day we were out at, there were some trails out in Chino Hills, and he had me crying. I'm man enough to admit it, all right? I was crying my eyes out on top of this hill because he was in my ass, dude. You really want to race and you want to win. Like, you're not giving me 100% right now. I don't want to do this either, but if you're racing, this is what we have to do. Like,
You guys are cycling or running?
Cycling.
Okay.
Like mountain biking.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, this is a little too soon, dude, but you're not taking no for an answer. So do it or don't. Like, if you're going to half-ass it, don't. It's too dangerous. If you're doing this, I need it all. And to his credit, he wasn't wrong. And that year I got my own apartment in Corona. And, dude, I literally was like full hermit. Like, I'd cook my food for the week. I would go to the track, go to the gym, and I'd go home. I didn't do nothing else. So, I mean, came in, I rode maybe a handful of times before Dallas. Didn't make the main out of the heat race, and went to the LCQ, and I didn't crash, nothing. I just was not ready really to be there. I was getting off the bike still all hunched over and stuff. Like, I win the LCQ, I get in the main, I ride around, I get 5th. And I'm like, okay, it's good points. Like, I'm in it. It's fine. It was funny. I almost didn't make the main. Like, oh, that's funny, guys, right? And then the next week, bad start. I came through and I got on the box. I was like, okay, maybe it's still real.
So by the time, this is February 15th was Dallas the opener.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not very long for the injuries you had.
They hired Blake Wharton as a fill-in, my fill-in, because there's no way.
What was hurting the most? Your back, like at this point, still at this point, what was kind of the hindrance? Or
yes,
just general?
It was just the back.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it was just like it needed more time than that.
Yeah.
But I was like, wait, so it's kind of fine. It's just gonna hurt now. Like, didn't do anything to spinal cord. Like, nothing that's gonna potentially cause an issue there. Like, okay, it's gonna hurt. Don't you want to stick and deal with it? Like, this really matters right now. Like, I need to be there. And, especially because, like, Jimmy, being close with Jimmy all those years, and him with his injury, and Brad Frace, which is one of my best friends, and he had an injury right before he was turning pro. He was in chair for a while. It's like, stuff's scary. But at that point, I was so quick to just block it all out. I was dead set on it. And it was not likely at all. Like, AC was a rookie and he was winning, which was very impressive. Blake, Baggett, and Martin, like, those guys were firing, right? Mm-hmm. And yeah, I shouldn't have been there, but I was just very determined to do it. At least give it a shot. Like, my favorite thing was always like, hey, you never know, dude. I'm gonna show up and do what as good as I can do. Who knows? Mm-hmm. And luckily I did, because that's the only damn championship I won my whole career. So
it paid off. I mean, you're right. That's
I got a little help along the way, but hey.
So all right. So you on the box in Atlanta. You go to Indianapolis. You're on the box again.
But at Indianapolis, I was the fastest guy in the main. I felt. Well, I don't know. I didn't look at lap times. Didn't care. I felt like I was. I was like, okay. I came from like way back to third, and I could see those guys kind of coming back. They were probably managing the race. Doesn't matter. You tell yourself what you got to tell yourself, right? And I'm like, no, this is getting real now. Like, I think I can do this. What was after that one?
Then you went to Daytona.
Daytona was a bummer. I remember being very, very bummed at Daytona because I felt good, and I ended up just getting 5th, just straight up. And I was like, what was that? Because from 14, 15, like, I didn't miss the podium much in Supercross on the 250s. And that one I was like, dude, that's what did it. Like, I think I just lost this thing. Like, I did all of this, shouldn't have been racing, came back, and then that race is really what did it, because those guys were up front every week. I was like, I don't know how I'm clawing out of this one. And I was pretty bummed, pissed, all the above.
Where are you sitting after this fifth? You're probably sitting like third, fourth in points.
Something like that.
Yeah, but probably down a good bit. I mean, with 2/5.
Mm-hmm.
All right, second at Detroit the next weekend.
But Detroit was a big one for me because I got a good start and I just shadowed AC the whole time, and I felt like I was like, I could win. Like that was like you believe it, but I believed it after that. I was like, I rode right on his wheel the whole race. I'm like, I didn't see anything that blew me away as far as like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Like I can win these. And that was huge. That changed a lot because I got confident from that to not just be a podium guy. Like, okay, I can win some of these.
Yeah. Okay. So then next weekend in Toronto, that was your first win. Tell me about that.
Well, I'll say I had a reputation throughout most of my career for being good at starts, and I was. But that year I was terrible until Toronto. I hole shot and I won. And I was like, duh. You know, the handful of races I won, most of them were from hole shots, right? It's kind of the way it goes. But that race was pretty crazy. That's the night Stu had his like legendary ride in the 450 class. AC got hurt. I was down 25 points going into that. I left down like 4. Martin ended up second, but Martin had his moments throughout the year too. And Blake had crashed. He got a bad start or something. He crashed and didn't finish. So all of a sudden,
that was a
Daytona was like,
spin around. Yeah.
it's over. And then Toronto comes around on my 21st birthday, by the way. Hell of a birthday. My first Supercross win.
That night, yeah.
It was awesome. So everyone's like, you going out? I'm like, hell no, dude. I'm standing here and staring at this thing.
Yeah.
Like,
so that had to be like that was a moment. I mean, not only is it your first win and your birthday, but it went from being like, I'm almost a race down to this kid who's on fire to,
everything
oh, I just won.
changed.
I'm 4 points out of the lead. He's out. Yeah. Okay, so take me into St. Louis, and you're still locked down in your condo. Eat, sleep, grind. Yeah.
Whatever. Like I always made music, whatever. Never claimed to be great at it, but I needed some outlet, and I've always kind of liked making things, doing some creative stuff. So for me, that's all I would do. I would do all my stuff there. It was an inside hobby. I wasn't using energy. You know, Ryan was pretty strict on me with stuff. So I would, when I needed to, like for something, for like a little dopamine boost, you know, I'd make a song or something. Yeah. So yeah, I'm locked in. But then I go to St. Louis, won my heat race, and I just, right behind Martin the whole main, I just couldn't get him. You know, he was riding really good that year.
Was he on Mitch's
yeah.
team? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he was good that year.
He was good that year.
And then,
didn't he have a big crash, like over a berm or something? I'm trying to remember what it was. Remember he had a big crash. I don't know if it was that year.
Well, he got hurt at the end of that season and didn't race the last round.
Well, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I going into that. Yeah, I started to actually feel during the week though that I was like riding good again. Like I wasn't just having to go to the race and like figure it out. I was actually like getting comfortable, felt good on the bike. I started to feel like I was getting fit again with riding, and I was just really comfy. Like I could do what I wanted to do on a Supercross track. And
did you kind of feel that the win helped you?
Like for sure.
When anytime I won, I would just feel like,
yeah, dude.
I don't know, like this shot in the arm of I was more confident. I could just blast through whoop. Like, you know what I mean? Like you had, I don't know.
One day I think it might have been Jimmy that told me this. He said, everything's better when you win. Water tastes good. Everything's awesome. And he's not wrong. Yeah. And that one too, for me, it had been, I almost had this weird, like, it had to be, I don't know, like mean something, you know, like there was more to it. And I felt like I had done so much to get to that point, and I'd been through a weird couple years, and then like the off season going into that season was just like emotionally, the roller coaster was like very deep. Now it was high. It was like I had a gnarly buzz from that for a while.
Yeah.
Like I could watch that race or see something from it for a long time after and just smile. Like, it meant more to me than just the race win. It was like,
Yeah.
it proved to myself that I could overcome some stuff, and no one think I'm supposed to do it, and I still can because I think so. So that was big for me for that. Like,
Well,
as a man, I think.
let me ask you this. This is your first professional win, right? March of 2014. You turned pro, what do we say, 2011. That's a long time to go without winning anything. You know, because as an amateur, right, if you're a top amateur kid that gets a ride, you're winning a lot. Winning comes pretty regularly, right? And then you go 3 years of a dry spell, that will start to have an effect on your psyche.
It's gnarly.
And I point that out all the time, like, because usually it's one or two guys that are doing all the winning, and everyone else, you might be seconds, thirds, fourths, but like when you don't win, it starts to get upstairs here.
It's
So
tough,
like,
then you, as a pro, I mean, not everyone's been there, but guys like us, we didn't win all the time, but we won here and there, so we know what it's like. But you start to wonder, dude, like, shit, man, am I going to win, like, ever as a pro? Like, come on, dude, I thought I was going to win everything. Like,
yeah.
and I'm like, damn, I've gotten close here and there, but it's just like I can't seal the deal. Like, what do I got to do here? And then just the stars aligned that night, honestly. Like, if I didn't win that night, I was never going to win because it was basically like, you whole shot, everyone's having problems, here you go. You know what I mean? Like,
and it doesn't matter how it comes.
oh, I don't
right?
care.
Yeah.
And obviously,
My first win, Damon Huffman went down in the first turn, knocked Rhino off the track. And I'm like,
so what?
Yeah. took off.
No one remembers.
Okay, so St. Louis, you get to second behind Davalos. Points then, was he ahead of you or behind you in points after that?
He was ahead of me going into the next one.
East
But
Rutherford.
it was
okay.
real close. It was like 2 points or something. Like, we were like
Right there.
right there.
So then what happened at East Rutherford? You won, but like take me through that race.
It was muddy that night. Yeah, it was pretty uneventful. I think I started like fifth or something, and I came through and won. I think J Mart got second, which he had struggled early in that season to get going, and he came on at the end. And yeah, I mean, it was, I can't remember if Martin got hurt before that one or not. Either way, like I said, there was a lot of weird, crazy things that happened throughout that year. For all of us, it was strange. And I ended up going there, getting another win, and then
So did you wrap up the title here, or
no,
it was Vegas where they had a main event? Oh, here.
because we had a main event which I got
there's
second,
okay.
and then the shootout thing. So I had
So what was the scenario in Vegas?
I had a big points lead, but I didn't have quite 25. It was like 20 or something. So I just had to race. You know, Martin wasn't there. You know, unfortunately, because he got hurt. I just had to show up basically. So that one, I remember telling Colt this when he was in his title season. I was like, finish it out. Don't do that, because I whole shot that race. I was leading. I made a little mistake. J-Mart passed me, and I was like, cool, don't care. Like, in my head, I'm like, dude, I just need to get this first one out of the way so there's no more of that, like, am I ever going to win one of these things at any point as a professional? And I just basically settled and was like, cool, don't care. And I just got second and rode around the rest of the race, throwing whips. Like, to me, I'm like, in the moment, I'm like, the fact that I'm even at this point right now is pretty kind of nuts to believe. I'll take it. I don't care.
That seems perfectly reasonable, though.
Perfectly reasonable. But I think, I mean, J-Mart was riding well, but I think I could have won that race. And then I finished the season with 3 instead of 2, and I go into outdoors with more momentum. And don't give J-Mart that momentum, because then that little bastard won the first 4 motos that summer, and he was on it, and he got a lot of confidence from that. Like I said, hindsight, you always see it for what it is after the fact, but in the moment, I didn't care. Later on, I'm like, that might have been a mistake.
Yeah.
Because you give that kid, he's a tough cookie. You gave him some confidence in those years.
But what if you try to go back by him and crash?
I
and
know.
Now you.
But that's what was in my head at the time. I was like, dude, I was trying to, and honestly, it probably still was the best move, because it would have been a battle, and I would have had to fight for it, and I didn't have to. It didn't really matter that much, but that was one I was always like, I don't know.
I don't think anyone will fault you for that, man. That's a smart move.
In the shootout, I remember I had a deal with LaRocco from like halfway through the season, like, hey, if I win the championship, can I run gold rims? Because I found some at the shop from like the 125 days. And he was like, yeah, dude, if you win the title, you can use them. And I thought he wasn't going to do it. Go up for the shootout. I come down and my bike's out there with like the one on it. I'm like, sick. And gold rims on it. And I was like, Mike, you got to be kidding me, dude. Give me a hug.
He remembered? You didn't have to like remind him or anything?
I had gold wheels on the thing. It was awesome. I was pumped. It was the coolest looking thing ever.
So what happened? I would think that would be your time to unleash and just let it rip.
I crashed really hard in a rhythm section. My brain
17th.
was completely not in Sam Boyd Stadium, I can promise you.
Yeah.
I was ready to go anywhere else. I was ready to, get back to the Hard Rock and take a shower and then go have some fun.
Yeah.
I was ready to enjoy a little bit because I'd honestly been I'm my personality type. I need to have a little fun.
Yeah.
I'm not like a Dunge who's so disciplined with everything. I need a little bit of, I need a little organized chaos and a little fun, so I was ready for it because I hadn't done anything in a while. I had to do so much work and be so focused to even get to that spot where I was like, okay, cool. Let's have a little fun, a couple nights, and then, get back to work.
Yeah. Well, tell me what that feeling was like wrapping that up. I mean, something not many people get to experience, and to come back from the way your season started and that crash at the test track, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's the biggest thing, the only championship I ever won in my career, and very grateful that I had Ryan in my corner, and Hutch was very big on that as well, and LaRocco believing in me, and Ziggy and Jeff, because like them letting me go to Dallas and race, like if that doesn't happen, I go my whole career without winning one. Just things don't always work out like that. Like a lot of things happened that year, and yeah, it was one of those moments that was just, like I said before, it felt like it meant something different than just winning a championship. It was like, dude, this is like proof to myself more so than anything that I can win races. I can get through some stuff. And at that point, I felt like I was starting to harden up a bit and get tougher because I had been through a lot of stuff already in my career, but I had gotten through it. And that was like confirmation of like, okay, you can do this.
Okay, so tell me about that night. Where'd you guys go? What'd you do? What was the scene back in Vegas? What do you remember?
I could look through my phone for some photos and remember, but I probably don't remember a lot of it. Yeah, we had a little fun. Colt actually came and stayed with me for like the week after that and trained with us. It was hilarious. Was not ready for that. But so he came to the race, and me, him, and Ryan and everyone, we had some fun, like within reason, but like, we were young and we had some fun. It was
he's not going to give up any details. Look at that. All right. I won't make you. So how was, we talk a lot of every time there's a guy that wins a title in Supercross, like the hangover, right? Like, did it spill over into the Nationals where, you were so focused on Supercross, you didn't do the prep for outdoors, the focus isn't quite there. You're kind of emotionally and mentally fried a little bit at the start of it. Did you have any of that or no?
No, I think at that point it was just go, go, go. And like, you don't really get a chance to like take it in, which is honestly for the best. Like then you start resting on your laurels too much, and then it's harder to come back. Like it's better. Just get back to work. And I was feeling good. I thought, I think a lot of times too with 250 Supercross, it's split. It's you come into outdoors and you're not winning. It's like, well, there's just twice the guys. Like it's harder with more guys. So I came in and I felt really good. I don't know. What was my Glen Helen?
6th at Glen Helen.
Okay, so that one I was up front all day, but I was like passed back and forth J-Mart a couple of times, first lap, second moto, and then I crashed and went back to last. And then I came back to like 9th or 8th or something. So I rode really good. And going into Hangtown, I got third the first moto, but J. Martin Coupe were just faster than me, and it was driving me nuts because I felt like I was, at that point, I felt like I was better, or I should have been, and I couldn't hang, and I was trying too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Second moto, I think I was fourth, I think I was right behind Porcel because he came back that summer. I was behind Porcel trying to get around him for third, so I would have been a 3-3, but I just cartwheeled down the big downhill. And I remember I got up and came back around to the mechanics area and was like, fix my bars. Like, they were like, dude, you're 3 laps down. Like, let's go back. I didn't even know it, but
Oh, you rang your bell
dude,
then?
I had my helmet off. I saw it on TV later. I had my helmet. I didn't know I had my helmet off. Like, I crashed hard, dude. So, young and stupid.
You're rolling, get me back out there quick. And they're like, the race is halfway over,
They're
buddy.
like, hey, dude, probably not. So, you're going to salvage a 40 first? Like, let's go back.
That's not really that funny, but.
So then the next weekend, obviously I didn't ride all week, but the next weekend I got close to winning that thing. I went like 3-2, but with like a fall in one of the motos. And I was fast that weekend.
What's with you in Thunder Valley? Because you did
love
well
that
there.
track.
Yeah.
It's,
What about it? Is it?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think slowing the bikes down a little bit helped me because I was a coaster.
Okay.
got a
Carried
lot of
momentum.
shit for it, but I'd coast a lot, but I also wouldn't, in that time, I was not stopping much, kind of just flowing, and then it had fun jumps, and it was always help give me that little boost when you do something cool. And I just really liked it, and it was really ruddy, so I could just stand up a lot, and like I like to ride like that.
You guys got a lot of ruts in Oklahoma, huh? Probably you're comfortable in that condition.
I like the ruts, and I kind of like that style of hard pack too. Like I prefer that over like super deep. So I just always kind of gelled with that place. I don't know.
So rest of the year, you got a 4th at High Point, podium Tennessee, top 10 everywhere except Spring Creek and Indiana, and you were 4, 4, 5. Like
Millville that year, I crashed really hard, and I was like, knocked the wind out of myself. So I'd led a decent amount of the second moto, and I kind of got like freight train. I ended up in like 4th all of a sudden, and I landed on a lapper on that turning thing, and I went back into that bank there, and I was like knocked the wind out of myself, but like pretty bad. And I've had asthma my whole life as well, so like I kind of have some like PTSD when I have like can't breathe. I get like really freaked out, and it wasn't coming back, and I was like passing out, and I'm like, dude, I think I'm dying. That's it. I'm dead. And like literally Doc gives me like the whatever, if it's an EpiPen or the whatever, dude, felt like adrenaline shot like right here in my neck, and then I like kind of came back to it, and I was like, dude, that was gnarly. So I DNF Moto 2 there. That was a weird day.
Jeez, I guess.
That was odd.
Huh. Did he get a shot of Epi, really?
I don't know what it was. It was something, but he did, yes, and it kind of like, I was like buzzing after that. Like it was like.
That was probably Epi.
Yeah.
If you're having a,
something.
reaction.
I wasn't breathing. I was closing up.
Jeez, dude. Yeah, that's a weird day.
Yeah. Washougal was good too. I had led a lot of Moto 2. Marv was just, in those years, hard to beat there.
Yeah, you had a lot of good guys you were racing. Utah National, you like that place? That was a pile.
Mm-hmm. No, but I did good there.
Yeah, 4th.
Well, I got the second moto, but I came from pretty far back and was like, J-Mart was by far the class of the field that year, but I was that day I felt like the next guy. I think something happened first moto, but.
What about going into 2015? Did you get any kind of bump in your contract if you won a title, or it was just bonus and as it was? Yeah.
I didn't have an agent at the time either. It was just.
Oh, Button wasn't doing your stuff then?
Not yet. He was from then.
Okay.
But that contract was signed. It was just me and Pops.
Right.
And like.
Do you feel like you left something on the table?
I mean, for sure. But,
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do? Like, we didn't know any better. Like, my dad was doing the best he could.
Yeah.
Never dealt with stuff like that. I made a little bit more money the next year, but, there was rookies making more than me, and I had the number 1 plate. So But that's just, you know, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
it's another good lesson. It is what it is. I was dead set that I was repeating as well.
Yeah.
And then I don't know how it happened, but one day I'm riding at Milestone. I'm like, Ryan, my shoulder feels loose. And I went and got an MRI. Like, yeah, dude, your labrum's fully torn. I had surgery on my labrum around Thanksgiving.
Really?
Yeah.
And you don't remember crashing on it or?
Don't know what it was. It'd been kind of bugging me for a bit. I don't know. But it was like fully torn.
So November, you get that fixed, and you're coming back in February 14th to Arlington.
So I believe they call this deja vu a little bit.
You're like, oh, I've done this.
I go in, I ride maybe a handful of times again, and I go, I could have done it too, but man, Marv just kicked my ass that year.
Well, I was going to say your results actually,
they were good, but
they look almost better than the year before.
They were, but not good enough to win.
Yeah.
Because Marv, all those twos, Marv was one.
Yeah.
So
you did win Detroit, but it's like 2-3-3, 2-2-1, 4-2. I mean, that usually would get it done. Yeah.
It was a great season. I mean, I ended up second overall in the points. Detroit was one of those nights that was also, check the date, March 21st. Yeah, a couple days before my birthday again. And that was one of those weird nights. I qualified like 8th or 9th. Me and Colt sit in the stands. That was his rookie year. I'm like, is that triple big? He's like, bro, I jumped it twice. I said, me too. Like, I qualified like 9th. He's like, yeah, I'm like, around there. Like, dude. But then I went out. I made a decision in the rig. I was like, I don't care. There was this like 3 over a table that everyone was going on, and no one was going over it. And I was like, I'm doing that. I did it like second lap of the heat race, and then it would make the rest of the section just a 3-2 instead of having to like do all this. And it was a little bit of time, and it was enough. It was tight pockets, so no one else was jumping it. Mm-hmm. So I whole shot won the heat, whole shot in the main, but Marv jumped a little and got a bad start. And as soon as I whole shot and I kind of saw where he was, I was like, go. Let's run away real quick and hope that this works. And I maintained like a 7-8 second lead the whole time, and that was one of my best races for sure, because I got out front. I just got a gap and maintained that. It was good.
That was feel good. What was this season you came in with the number 1 plate, and we always talk about the pressure of a plate. Did it feel different? Did you feel like you kind of had a bullseye in your back? Did you feel like more pressure to win, like more expectation?
No, because I was, especially in those years, I was pretty tough on myself. Like I expected a lot out of myself. Okay. I wasn't like beating myself down, but I expected a lot out of myself. Like I didn't live up to my own expectations a lot of time. So like no one else was going to make it harder for me. I was like, dude, oh, you're pissed I didn't win? Yeah, me too. Like what? Yeah. I will say though, before East Rutherford, I won my heat. I led like 10 laps of that main, and I just ran out of steam. But like I didn't ride there was a break for the West Coast break. I didn't ride that whole time because I was out at Elsinore, like riding some outdoors, separated my shoulder. So I went into that. With that as well, it was just, like I said, it's that never-ending cycle of just...
Yeah, well, we're preaching to the choir, buddy. Now, I noticed your nationals got cut short, and I also noticed you did 450 class because you got pointed out. You got to defend 1 year and you're out. Is that rule still the same? Like if this happens now?
It's a little different.
Yeah.
Because I missed 13, so that was my second year that I won of Supercross. So I got 3 years of Supercross. Like, dude, I'm not James Stewart.
That's what I'm saying.
James Stewart got 3 years of 125s, dude. Like, I'm not James Stewart. Yeah. I could have used another year. So
that was my point. Like, and I wanted to ask you, I got it in here somewhere. Well, right here, you got to defend and you were forced out. So do you think you would have benefited from more time? Because, you won quickly.
I just needed another year.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I didn't dominate either, I won a couple races. I didn't dominate. I get it. I wasn't mad about it. The rules are the rules, whatever. But I wouldn't have changed it because I got a championship out of it. I'm not going to not win that if I had the opportunity. But yes, I definitely wasn't ready. I'd been hurt way too much. I had lost way too much momentum. And yes, going into outdoors that in 15, Nelson swapped out in the rollers up the hill, cleaned me out. I hurt my shoulder again. So I was out all summer. And that was the summer that Eli got hurt. And my shack calls, asked if I want to ride the 450 at the last few. And I was like, I'm not even riding yet, dude. I don't know if that's a good idea. And I remember I went to Unadilla for my first 450 race without having done a 30-minute moto yet. And, but I was like, I didn't really have a choice because I had nothing for the next year. Like nothing. I'm like, I got to go do something. And I was like, I showed up, I'm wearing pink gear, pink boots. I got, my hair's bleached blonde. I'm a kid. And I went out and ran like third for like 27 minutes. And then I washed out at the top of Screw You right at the end of the moto and ended up getting like 10th in that moto. And then I whole shot Moto 2 and absolutely weeded it first lap. But I was like, all right, cool. I can run up there. You know, because I had Trey like this for about 25 minutes in the first moto. And I was like, cool. I got a lot of confidence from that.
Well, and you're showing people, right? Like, even if the results didn't show it,
You
people
would've
that were
thought,
there.
But, but
if you just sit home,
well, yes.
and they don't know.
Like I said, you got to try. What are you going to do? Sit at home and just hope something out? Like, no, it's not going to happen. You got to go try and make something happen. So I did my best, kind of rung my bell a bit, I'll be honest. And stop me if you've heard that before. Kind of rung my bell a little bit. So Utah was not
Have
good.
you seen this movie? Because what happens is,
Utah was not good.
No?
A little bit of altitude, still kind of, I kind of got weird. Like, I get 14th? Yeah. But whatever. I knew it wasn't going to go great. Ironman, though, I battled with, I think I got 5th first moto. And I think it was like in the same straightaway. It was like Christoph, Kenny, Jason, me, Baggett, Barsha. So like I'm in the mix at the time. Second moto comes around and I'm, I don't know, somewhere in the top 10. I'm like, dude, my bike feels slow or something's weird. It's like doing this weird thing. But I'm like, I'll just try to finish it out. Whatever, I'll get a top 10. I'll probably decent overall finish. Maybe this helps. And there's the drop off right before the Godzilla jump, but you're pretty fast through there. And I think it was a stator or something went out, and it right off of that. So I'm head first into the uphill. Guess what? I landed on that same shoulder and rung my bell and still got nothing, right? And I'm like, dude, what do I got to do here? Like I'm battling these guys, like I'm doing all this. It's just stuff keeps happening, and it is what it is. It's just the way it goes for some people, right? Whatever. So it was just, you'll notice a pattern here with my career.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh.
No, honestly, it is funny. It's like, dude, damn, this kid is just putting himself through it, huh?
I guess I get it because
you can relate, dude.
I can relate.
You went
but
through it.
It's like this sport is so cool. There's nothing cooler, but at times it is just so freaking cruel.
Oh, it's cruel, but there is nothing as amazing or beautiful when it goes right.
But it's like the best and the worst at the same time.
That's the thing, though, right? Like it can't be that awesome. It can't be as amazing as we all find it to be. Still sucked into this thing, however many years deep, and without having like the yin to that yang's got to be pretty negative.
Okay, let's go through one more season here, and we'll take a quick break. So, take me into 2016. What happens? What goes on? What did you put anything together? Did Geico help you, and you stayed on support with them, or how did it go?
Yes. Yeah. So Jeff and Ziggy, I had a really good relationship with them, and they're good people. They're really good people. They are great people, and they saw what the last few years had been like for me, and I just kept showing up. I wouldn't complain. Show up. It is what it is. I'm gonna figure it out. It is what it is. So they pulled through. I didn't get a salary, but
so you got nothing. No one called. No.
I tried a lot. I had some meetings, but yeah.
Some meetings.
I had some meetings. didn't happen.
Okay. And some of that's just timing too, right?
It was timing.
Yeah.
And it just is what, like, even still, I needed another year probably down, but also that one more year down would have probably put me in a better spot. So this is where things get, for the rest of my career, really. But they pulled through and they spent some money from their budget. I had the factory bike, the Honda. Hutch worked out of Torrance, out of the shop there. So I had, the same bike and same team as Trey and Cole Seeley, but I had Geico Graphics, and that was pretty much it. I was factory Honda, but the Geico team had paid for it.
Okay.
For my bike and stuff.
So no salary at all?
No.
And you are paying expenses, or were they paying expenses?
They were paying, like my per diem and stuff for the weekends, and then I had bonuses, but it was my rookie year. I didn't get too many. I think I won one heat race, so
okay.
Didn't make much that year, but that was 450s, so I had gear deals, a couple things, like I was okay.
Okay.
So still fine. With
Paying
that.
bills and, you
it
made
was
some
still
money.
okay. Like I had a couple years before that of like, I tell you what, missed that 250 Supercross class. Those bonuses every weekend were nice.
So, what was that transition like to the 450 Supercross class? Did you find that? I mean, you had some, dude. You got a fourth at St. Louis, sixth at Santa Clara.
I was all right there towards the end. I think I could have been around that area a little bit more, but I don't even want to say it, dude. I broke my foot in December, and I didn't ride until Anaheim. It was my right foot. Back then, no electric start. Hutch had to start my bike for me. He said, don't stall it. I said, okay. So, it started like that. And then at San Diego, I think Barch had maybe cleaned me out or something. We were I was in last. I was coming through. I was riding okay. I landed the triple and washed the front and concussed myself pretty good. Took a couple weeks off from that, and it's just like, dude, you got to understand, like, this is probably my whole career. So, like, at this point, I'm like, I feel like this should have killed a lesser man, dude, but I feel like I'm about at that point. This is driving me nuts. Like, what do I got to do? But, yeah, I came back. I had a couple good motos. I won a heat race in Vegas, and I don't know. I was starting to get a little better. Kind of struggled outdoors first bit.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly even what that looked like, but I don't remember. I remember Southwick because that's where my season ended.
Okay.
And I led a lot of the first moto at that one.
And Southwick, your season, and what happened there? Yeah, because your top 10s and outdoors are like your results were.
But I'd been struggling because I got a lot of hole shots in that time period too.
Really?
And I was extremely uncomfortable. I didn't gel with the setup we had at the time. There was one of the air forks or something. I couldn't get it right for outdoors, and I just felt like I was slow. So I go to Southwick. I hole shot the first moto. A little easier to ride everything there because I could kind of float around, and I ended up fourth first moto, but like Eli, Kenny, and Marv got me, and whatever. I was fine with that. Second moto, I hole shot again. That was like 4 or 5 in a row for me, so I was like, all right, cool. Porcel cleaned me out like second turn. Coming back from last, and I'm riding great. I'm like not even halfway into the moto yet. I think I was up to like 12th. And the drop in the pit on the backside before
the frog pond?
No.
Oh.
The right before, like you do the roller and you do the tight left. It's always slick nowadays, and then you drop in and jump out.
Yeah.
I landed in that and just did one of those and just head first into the thing. And I didn't like knock myself out, but like the medics thought I like broke my neck because I was like, dude, I can't move. Like I just did something weird. So I go to they make me go in the ambulance, go to the hospital, do all that. And I'm going to come back in like 2 weeks, whatever. I keep trying to ride and I can't do it. Like I can't do it. It's weird. Like my eyes won't focus, and I feel like it's like way too bright out here.
Like Ricky Bobby.
It was so weird, dude. I was like, something ain't right. I was like, but I didn't hit my head this time. I ended up going to some weird like chiropractor thing that they just like did some weird stuff and like weird pops in my wrists and things, and like did some really easy stuff, and it fixed it. It was so strange. I tried everything.
Was it a nerve impinged or something?
I think so. It was something like that. But
oh man,
good times, man. Hey,
great times.
Hey, my dad always told me it's a tough way to make a living, but what else you gonna do? You know what I mean? It's you ain't good at nothing else, kid.
All right. Well, you make a big switch here, change colors. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back here with more of the smooth vocal stylings of Mr. Justin Bogle. This is your Troy Designs Timeout. Stick around. We'll be right back.
There's a new product on the market that's going to help you with your riding and racing, and it's Elevate Action Sports. If you've not yet gone and checked it out at elevateactionsports.com, it's a collective of riding coaches, the likes of which has never been put together. Grant Langston, Ryan Hughes, Jeff Emick, Johnny Campbell, and myself, David Pingree, bringing all of our years of experience in professional racing to one place with professionally produced videos and all kinds of supporting staff to help you with your mental side of racing, your physical side, your bike setup, your bike maintenance. We cover it all. Get to Elevate Action Sports right now and join the community.
Dunlop. There is a reason every AMA championship in the past decade was won on Dunlop tires. They are the best. Choose the best performing tire and a brand that has never wavered in their support of our sport. Choose Dunlop. Pro Circuit. Pro Circuit products are designed with one goal in mind: winning. Through passion and hard work, Pro Circuit has operated the most successful 250 team in the history of the sport. They use that same formula when developing exhaust, engine, and suspension parts for every brand. When only the highest level of performance is acceptable, trust Pro Circuit.
Since 2009, Seat Concepts has been dedicated to making the best aftermarket seats. More comfort, more grip, more riding. For 10 years, we've continued to raise the bar. Innovation and American craftsmanship make Seat Concepts the world-leading manufacturer of power sports seats.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
Specialized Bicycles. Specialized leads the way in the world of bicycling. Whether it's cross-country racing, downhill, e-bikes, enduro, road, gravel, dual slalom, dirt jumping, or all mountain bikes that do it all, Specialized has the perfect ride for you. The brand is synonymous with engineering excellence and innovation that steers the industry. Visit your local Specialized dealer for a test ride and see just how good Specialized products are.
I try to keep on keeping on.
With a rich history in motocross, ProX has been dedicated to supplying quality components since 1975. Whether you're rebuilding an engine or just need a new chain, ProX Racing Parts aims to bridge the gap between OE quality and affordability. ProX has over 9,000 part numbers and over 60 different product types that are manufactured by highly reputable or even OEM suppliers and are offered at affordable prices to help keep riders on the bike instead of in the garage. Visit ProX.com to search parts for your bike or check them out at your favorite online or local dealer.
A lot of us have been talking about the Stasic generation of riders, and you forget how quickly things can change in a sport that is as young as motocross. That's 6-7 years that these bikes have been around training riders. So we have a Stasic generation out on the racetrack. A lot of those riders surely were raised on Stasics, and the skills they show are next level. All the things that coaches have been teaching riders on larger motorcycles for decades, they're doing it younger than ever, and it's hard to believe the Stasic generation is already here.
All right, welcome back. That was your Troy Lee Designs timeout. If you haven't been over to TLD, their website, check them out, man. All their new moto gear is out. Designs from, crazy psychedelic drug-inspired designs to simple, clean, classic. They got mountain bike stuff, paint department. Check them out. TLD's awesome. We're stoked to have them part of the show here. Getting back to you, Justin, 2017. So you kind of did a support deal with Honda, but on your own dime. Seems like in what I remember watching, I do remember you getting hole shots and like having the speed. When you look at results on paper from 2016, it's, nothing really shines out, but you had it in the tank, right? And so seems like someone would have snatched you up, and they did. So tell me about how this deal it was JGR Suzuki, right?
RCH.
It was RCH at the time.
Yeah,
okay.
Which was an all-star cast of characters, man. That was like, RCH was an incredible team. That was a big year for me. So again, I didn't have anything going into the next year. I got that deal done super late, and my salary was 0 and my bonuses were also 0. So it was another year.
What do you mean 0 bonuses? How do they not give you bonuses?
The team almost didn't make it to the start of the season. So, but honestly, I rode that old generation Suzuki, I rode one of my buddies. He had a hammered like 2014. I was like, it's similar, but I was like, dude, I called Jimmy after I left. I was like, let's just do it. I think I can win. I think I can win.
So how are you going to make money? Just purse money?
Yeah.
Or did you have like a Suzuki?
It was tough. Honestly, like I got Suzuki contingency. So, I mean, that's not great, but it was better than nothing. And then I had, like, for my gear, I was getting a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
And helmet. Back then I was with a Rye, and I had a signature helmet. And strategically, I made it pretty simple, but, like, matchy, everything good, clean. And they would sell out every time because at that time they had some crazy designs or, like, nothing.
Yeah. So
a lot of people had my helmet, didn't know it was my helmet. That was by design. I was trying to get those royalty checks, and I did, honestly. So I did okay. I had a drink sponsor that paid me a little bit. Like, Jimmy went to work. I had enough things that I was okay.
Okay.
But, so riding for free, no bonuses. Go into that season, started really late. I didn't get the deal. I didn't get a Supercross bike till almost December because everything was just really up in the air. I think they had to pull some money from the Marine department or division to, like, go racing for the year. So it was me and Tickle. It was a fun year.
Well, just to put it all into reference, was 16 when Kenny won with them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So Kenny left, kind of.
Took the money with him, right?
So did some of the other sponsors.
Yeah.
And then it was just hard to get stuff sorted, and I get it. It's tough. At that point I didn't care. For better or worse, throughout my career, I just wanted the chance and an opportunity. I was like, I feel like this bike is good, and I would have probably done it even if I had something else, because I was struggling all summer, and I'm like, I
just want to feel good on the bike again, right? Yeah.
Enjoy riding my bike. So going to Supercross, and it's not going great. not doing well. I think they thought I was going to be able to be up front, and I wasn't at all. Supercross was bad.
What was missing? Like, what wasn't, just not comfortable?
Yeah, I think so. I'll get into this as we get closer to outdoors, but I didn't know anything about testing. Never done it. Every off season in my career, I was hurt, so I would just get the setting and tweak it. And it is what it is. I didn't have time to test. I was hurt every single off season. Growing up, I didn't test. When was I going to do that?
Yeah, right.
So I didn't know anything, and I didn't have it set up right for Supercross looking back, but I got started really late. I don't know. I just wasn't good. I was just, I was slow, and I was crashing a lot. Like, I was just dumb stuff. Like, Salt Lake, I holeshot, was up front. I think I was in like 4th, and I crashed in the whoops pretty hard. I got up, and there's an infamous video with anyone that knows me, because I love showing it, where I'm like in 17th after I crashed in the whoops, and I land a jump, and you're at cross right, and I just launched. Before I even knew what happened, I was laying over, and I missed like someone landing the finish line by like, I don't know, dude. We're talking metric system, millimeters, dude. There's no way. Like, it was insane. And then I'm sitting there like 2 lanes over, like, where do I go now? How do I get back there? Like, it was crazy. But yeah, so anyway,
Can someone just escort me back to the pits, please?
It was unreal. So.
And that was just bike setup, or
it was just bike setup, and I just wasn't comfortable. I was trying to make too much happen. I would end up crashing, and it just, looking back on it, like in Supercross, I kind of look small on the bike, like the way I'm riding it. Outdoors, I don't. This is how you ride. You get a little uncomfortable, a little nervous. You kind
go to a defensive posture. Yeah,
it's just natural to do that. And I was kind of racing that way, and I just honestly didn't look good. Like, watching any of the races didn't look good. My best finish was probably, I think I got a 9th, maybe.
You had a 9th in Texas. Indoors.
And yeah, I think
10th in San Diego, 11th in St. Louis.
Yeah, those 9ths that I got I'd crashed even in those races. Like, I was not good at all. Midway through the season, I remember a long table meeting at the shop. Like, I'm talking like, Ricky, if I remember right, it's been a lot of concussions ago, but Ricky, I think Carrie, all the staff, what are we going to do here, dude? What are we changing? Because it's either you change something or we change something. And I was like, oh, no. I'm already on thin ice in life, guys. So
I'm already racing for no money.
Yeah, I'm already.
No bonuses.
I'm like, dang, guys. Like, so at the time I had my first house that I'd bought in Oklahoma, like, super cheap, close to Robbie's and Trey's, right in the middle there. And then I had a spot in Corona. And I was like, tell me, whatever it is, I'll do it. I'll do it tomorrow. And Ricky, come to the farm, move down there. I said, done. I'll be there tomorrow. Like, then I think it was like 2 weeks later, and I was there in an apartment. And this was end of Supercross. It wasn't going great still, but a lot of credit to Sergio. Sergio, he was our chassis guy at the time. He's worked with a lot of legends. He was really good to me and for me. And Ryo was our suspension guy at the time. He was awesome. I remember Serge really kind of like took me under his wing with this. He was like, you really don't know anything. You don't know what anything does. Like, you need to learn some stuff.
It seems like even though you were hurt during like off season at Geico, you think they would have kind of like been going out with you during the week, or were you just like, oh, I'm happy, I'm good, I don't want to touch it?
Yeah, and a lot of the time throughout Supercross, I was just trying to get to where I was even comfortable, and then I'd get comfortable right at the end where I'm like, okay, and then we'll start doing some stuff. But I still, there's a difference between testing and like, I did test, but there's a difference between testing and like actually learning it, paying attention to what they're changing, not just being like, yes, this feels this. So Serge, I was like, dude, you can't make it too simple. Make it like I'm 5 years old. Like, tell me what does what. Text me, write it down, whatever. Send me a spreadsheet. Like, simple as it gets. I don't care if you write what the compression does, the clickers. Make it as simple as you can. I need to learn this. And he spent a lot of time with me, him and Ryo both, and I learned a lot because I was like, dude, I have to. I'm about to get fired from my unpaid internship. You know what I mean? And moving to Ricky's, it was gnarly right away. Jeannie, awesome, sweet lady, but it was tough.
You thought Fedora was
Jeannie,
was tough.
Honestly, and away from the track, she was the sweetest person. Like later on, the next year I bought a house in their neighborhood, and she would come by and help me with things. She was awesome, but like she was tough, but it's what you got to do. I get it. But I also started working with Corey Wharf at the time. Me and my parents just hung out with him when we were back for Hill Jam the other day. I love that guy. He's one of the best people I've met and always there for me. But he's tough too.
Yeah.
Quietly, but he's tough.
I trained with Corey for a couple of seasons.
I know.
Yeah,
he's
a stud.
He's a gnarly dude, and he'd been out of it for a long time, but I was at the point where, like, you tell me what to do, write it down, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
It is what it is. So I learned a lot about the bike. I started to get a little more comfortable. I'm at the farm. I'm slowly starting to adjust to the load of things. Like, it was hard adjustment. Tallahassee's a different level of heat, brother. Like, that humidity,
crushing.
It's something else. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it was starting to turn around a bit. And Ricky was really, really good to me, you know?
Okay.
Really helpful. Believed in me. Appreciated that I would do whatever it took.
He's a lot like Mitch or Roger. They just want to see the effort. If your effort and commitment's there, then
I get it 100%.
They got you. Yeah.
And honestly, he always was good with me because I never made excuses. I didn't complain about it. I was like, whatever, dude, I don't have a choice. I'm doing whatever. Mm-hmm. So I was doing a lot. I got an apartment in Tallahassee, and Jeannie had actually went and set it up, like looked for me because I was coming down there and I'd never met her. Like I said, sweet person, like helped me out there. And I got my mattress on the floor, TV on a like a plastic like tote. And man, I swear that summer was maybe the happiest I'd been. I felt like I didn't, but I had houses and I had like my trucks and stuff, but they weren't there.
Yeah.
I had my van it was an 03, had a couple 100,000 miles on it, hammered. Had my van, I was sleeping. One of my friends, like, sometimes you got to sleep on the floor, you wake up hungry. But I promise, man, I felt like all I had to do was just the work.
Yeah. Kind of back to your championship season.
Yeah, and I mean,
real simple.
It was like that a lot because Ryan did live with me at my house in Corona too for a while, and obviously that didn't work forever because in that kind of dynamic it just was too much. But
yeah.
We lived together.
You need a break from it.
We lived together later on, and it was drastically different.
Okay.
But we weren't training together.
Yeah.
So it was good. I think going in outdoors, I knew I was like, all right, this is going to take some time. Like, it's going to take a while, but it's going to get better. At least if everything ends after this year and I got nothing, I've turned over every rock I can find.
Yep.
Like, I'm trying everything. Like, I'll spend all my money. I don't care. I have to do this. For me, I would have rather ended my career completely broke, but I tried everything I could. I could sleep at night that way. I can sleep at night now. I'm fine. Like, I'm not bitter. It is what it is because I tried everything, dude.
Yeah.
So I think I went to, was it Hangtown? I think I went 8.99 or I don't know what I get, 10th?
10th overall.
So I think I went 10-10. Whatever it was, I think I was 10th. I was like, all right, fine. Better than it's been.
Okay.
It's okay. Hangtown, I never did good there.
Yeah, you had a couple injuries there.
I never got through it without a big crash, besides that year. So I was like, fine. And go to Glen Helen, and I'm up front. like third, fourth or something, and I just imploded. I don't know what happened. I ended up getting 12th. I got passed by a privateer guy that had like a black bike, and I was like, he was probably gnarly. I don't mean to like disparage this guy's name, but at that point I'm like, what is going on? And I'm just like, dude, I don't get it. Like, start to think like, you know what? I don't struggle with like self-confidence. I'm not insecure. It is what it is, right? But you start to be like, maybe I ain't cut out for this, all right? And I was on the gate, and I'm on the phone with Corey. Mind you, I met him in person one time, but he's just on the phone with me and sending me stuff. Actually, I hadn't met him yet. We'd just been on the phone and like emails.
Was he living in California at the time, or he was in North Carolina? Okay.
So he's on the phone with me, and he's like, basically just telling me like, look, dude, I've been nice, but harden up. Like, just make it happen. I don't care. He's like, if you crash, okay, we'll figure it out from there. Just give it what you got. And kind of like shocked the system a bit, where I was like, he's like, you can, all right, stop thinking you can't. And that moto was kind of the turning point. I got 5th, but I was up front and I could see the next guys. I was like, okay. I never drived well with Glen Helen either. I was like, all right. And then go to Colorado, and weirdest race of my life. The difference in Moto 1 and Moto 2, pretty drastic. But first moto, I get a good start. I get out front, and I felt like I wasn't trying. It's the typical age-old thing. It was the easiest race of my life, and I won by like 12 seconds. So
first outdoor moto win ever.
Ever. And I think that too would at least show the people around me like, all right, I went 12.5 last week, but I still came into this thinking like, who knows? And I won that first moto. Problem with that is I'd never won one before. It had been I'd almost got let go during Supercross. Like, they didn't say it, but I know that was I was on the chopping block, dude. So I'd made a lot of changes. I'd kind of been sacrificing a lot of draining the account, you know, and I'd never made a ton of money anyway. So it was too much of a high. My parents were at that one. They hadn't been to a race in a while. Jimmy was there. It was a big, big, big moment. Unfortunately, I did not. When I did finally come down and the needle hit the balloon, Moto 2, I was like, oh no, I got to do this again. And I got like 9th. But I didn't care. I said, I can win.
Yeah.
I did it. Okay. I thought this was going to take longer. I can do this. And then I was pretty consistently up front. I had weird stuff like the next round I was up front, but I crashed one moto, bad finish one of the motos. It was like a weird crash. And then Tennessee, I had my pants broke in the first moto. I was up front. And I literally just I just kept falling off the back. And that year there was a lot of guys similar speeds. That was Eli's first championship outdoors on a 450. But everyone was kind of close. And I got just blown past by a bunch of guys when I was like kind of trying to figure out what to do. My pants are like down here, you know. So, but then there was, I was up front a lot. Southwick didn't go good, I can see, and Millville I was ripping first moto, and I crashed pretty hard. So, one of the downhills, I think I'd come from way back, and I was passing into like 6th or something, and I just like got one of those big downhills. It's like the first year of the big downhill. Yeah. And I got a weird one of those and I slapped my head, and I got up and was like, oh no, I got to ride second moto. I finished the moto. Second moto, of course, I hole shot, and I'm like, oh, all right, well, let's see. And the whole time I'm like, oh, this ain't good. My head feels like I'm in a cloud, right? So once I got passed by a couple guys, I was like, dude, this isn't going to be safe. Like, I don't feel like I'm there at all. I'm on autopilot, and like now that I'm in battles, this isn't good. So I didn't finish that moto. I was like, guys, I can't see. So a couple weird ones.
A lot of top 10s.
Yeah,
I mean, Southwick and Spring Creek were tough, but then,
all of these, this is the one moment in my career where like it went better than it looks on paper because I was up front in all of these.
right.
Something weird happened a couple times, but I was okay with it. Unadilla, I was funny. I was battling. It was Marv, Blake, and me. Top 3 the whole race. They cut the first moto short from lightning, but it was raining, and my goggles, had to throw them off, and I'm trying to get through it. Finally, I pull in. I have a huge lead on 4th. I'm like, whatever. Pull in, get goggles, take off, crash super hard leaving the mechanics area. I get up and I turn around. I'm like, my bad. Get going. And I was 4th coming to the finish. Whoever it was that was behind me, had got around me since I crashed. And that's where they called the race from. I was like, I had 2 more turns. I would have got 3rd in that moto, right? But whatever.
You didn't know.
I didn't know. And then Moto 2, it downpoured. First turn, crashed again first lap, and came all the way back to like 9th or 10th. I was okay with that one. Yeah, and then the story of my life, dude, just, let's see, 10, 19, 9, 7, 1. Like, what's that about? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So tell me about Budds Creek. This is your 1 overall, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good day. I mean, I was really good at starts on those handful of years there, especially the Suzukis. For some reason, I could start well, really good with those. I got out front in the first moto and just kind of, checked out a little, kind of maintained it. Had a big moment with a lapper, and Marv caught me about 6-7 seconds one lap. And I was proud of that one because it was really hot. I've been doing a lot of work, and I found it at the end, and I just dug in there pretty deep, held him off, won that moto. Cool. Did not celebrate like I did at Colorado. Learned my lesson there because if I go get 9th in the next moto, who cares,
Yeah.
So I went back. Let's get back going. I'm on the gate, and I'm like, dude, it is hot. I'm like, it's going to be rough.
For you to say that, too, and you're riding down at Tallahassee, it must have been really hot.
But you know how Budds get. Some years it's like
muggy,
in that hole,
yeah.
it's just like, dude, it's just heavy. I got out front, and I led for maybe 10, 12 minutes. Blake got me, Eli got me, and I'm thinking, dude, if I get 5th, I think I win the overall. I'm like, cool, I'm just going to ride this out. And I stayed pretty close to those guys, or to Blake at least, most of the rest of that race. And then, 1-3, I won that overall, and it was another one of those moments where I was like, thank God, about time. It was relief, but I was really excited, but also it was just like, dude, why can I not figure out how to do this more often if I can do this? It was frustrating.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, if you can do it, it's like, why can't I do it again?
Because in hindsight, I get it, right? The thing was against me really was the consistency, right? I was always hurt, and I could win a race and not that many in 450 class. Outdoors, indoors doesn't matter. It's a small list, right? So
very small. I'm
more proud of that one day than I am any other win or even the 250 title for me. That was bigger to me because I'm on the podium. I was in the middle. I had Eli Tomac, who turned out to be one of the greatest ever, and Marv, who had won the 6 or 7 motos in a row before that. I was more proud of that.
That's
again,
a big day.
Proved to myself that, look, dude, I'm willing to do whatever. And if it does pay off, it feels good. Yeah. If it doesn't, whatever, but I'm trying.
So it's badass, by the way. That's a very small list of people who've done that.
Thank you. Just proud of that one, man.
Did you not really, you didn't know bonuses? Just some janky little check from Suzuki, probably $5,000 or something?
Yeah. Because that, what a 450 win bonus generally.
100 G's?
Yeah, it was 0. And I only got one of those things, so I remember
that's an expensive trophy.
Suzuki had no money, dude, at the time. So Jimmy had been like, hey, no one else has even podiumed all year. Can you guys do throw him a bone? Doesn't have to be much, just something. They were like, dude, no, we can't. And it's like, well, it is what it is, right?
Man.
The next weekend, though, I will say I got 9th at Ironman. I battled, me and Dino passed each other back 15 times in one of the motos. The hardest I've ever worked for like a ninth. But I was fried. Like, I was asleep all day, basically. Like, I fried myself at Bud's, and then I showed up on like Monday, and Jeannie, bless her heart, she goes, don't think I'm going to be easy on you this week because you won. Back to work. And I was cooked. So Ironman didn't go great, but I got my deal done with JGR. Again, not a lot of money, but something at least. You know, like my rookie or 250 type of money. But it was something. And I'm kind of riding this wave where I'm like, yes, but I am one of the guys again. Like, I'm at least in the conversation of one of the guys.
Yeah.
Only a handful of us won races all summer. I'm one of the guys again. Might not have done it all the time, but I can figure this out. And I made some plans, and God started laughing at me, right? So I went into Monster Cup. I did not gel with the new generation bike at all.
Oh, that's right. That was when they changed the bike.
Because that RCH bike outdoors, once I got it figured out, still to this day, I think would be competitive. It was one of those bikes. It's like
the 08 Honda 450.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like the amount of reverence I have for that. My RCH bike is like what guys talk about the 08 Honda. It was so good. It went straight. It worked so good. It wasn't fast, but I could start on it because of that. Like, it was fast, but it wasn't like crazy.
Yeah.
I loved that thing. And the new generation bike, when it came out, I was like, oh, the first day on it, I was like, oh no.
Yeah, it was tough at first. I rode the HEP Suzuki bike last year, their race bike. It's phenomenal.
Now, Colt,
he's on it.
I've been around Colt a lot, and talked to him every single day, more than once. It's good. And I still talk to Aaron and Dustin a lot. That's another team of people that are awesome people. I have a lot of respect for them. I really, really like them. And I mean, I spent some time talking to Aaron I went to one of the races with Colt this year. And he's like, yeah, man, it's everything's different from when you were here. Like, we've made so many, like, getting Larry, getting someone like Kenny. Like, yes, I had my moments, right? I'm not Ken Roxon. That'll move the needle, get things done more, you know? So, it's very different. And Colt, he looks good on it. And I struggled, but it was different.
Yeah.
But now go on to it from that RCH bike to a completely different team. And that bike was drastically different. And it wasn't a step forward, in my opinion, at the time. I was struggling a lot. You know, I left the farm some days. And like I've said before, I don't think I'm not tough. I left a lot of days, like, trying to fight it back, but in tears. Like, I'm not going to be able to do this. Like, I can't ride this.
It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating when you're putting in the effort and it's like it just doesn't feel right.
I crashed weekly, like, bad, because I was still trying to do it, still trying to go that speed, and I just couldn't, you know. And now you get the right people around and, like, some time on it. Like, this is like the 97 Honda 250, right? Took some time. Guys crashed a lot on it. It was different. So I went to Monster Cup that year, and I could pinpoint that as the moment when my career never really got back on track.
Really? What happened at Monster Cup?
I was feeling pretty good, actually, all things considered. I was like, I feel like a podium this weekend. Like, I'll be okay. Pretty confident at the time. And got a bad start in the first main, and I took the Joker lane early and was just going to try to make some of those up at the end. In theory, it was a good idea. Put myself in a bad position. Big jump coming into the stadium. I got cross-jumped pretty bad, and one of these, and I went smack with my head into the face of the next jump, and red flag the race. I'm knocked out for a while. And that was the first time.
I remember that. I have to go back and watch.
That was the first time I hit my head where it actually had some, like, stuff from it. Like, I was like, I come to, go back to the medic rig. At this point, I'm training with Corey, not Ryan, but Ryan was there with some other, like, an amateur kid. Everyone else is kind of, he knows me, so all right, one of us is in here, it's me. He went in there with me and just told his guy, like, hey, figure it out. He's was a great friend and took care of me. And it was the first time I experienced this, and I experienced this a few times, especially that year, unfortunately. But everything just started closing in. I stopped consistently breathing. I was like freaking out a lot. I ended up in an ambulance. They took me to the hospital. I'm there all night. I'm like, it was weird.
When you say closing in, your vision was
everything
narrowing?
just kind of like, I get PTSD from like really bright white lights in white rooms, because like hospitals and like the medic rig is like, it's white and it just feels like it's doing, I don't know. It was a weird thing. I never had it before. I'd had some concussions and stuff before, but nothing like that.
This was a bigger one. How long were you out?
I think it was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes, but the residuals from it felt it for a while. So anyways, I'm trying to get back going, and again, too soon. I'm at the farm, and it's probably 6 weeks later. I'm riding Supercross again, and I'm like, I'm starting to feel decent, And there was a 3 on, off 3. On the second off, my chain snaps. I go head first into the next one, and that one was pretty messed up. Like, I was out for another, 5+ minutes. I'm like laying on the track, and like I'm like, heart rate will spike and then start to drop, and I'm like not breathing, and I'm doing weird stuff, and I don't remember anything from any of it. But someone from the track at the time drives me to the hospital, and Jeannie's in the back like holding me, because I'm like not okay. And I get there, and I'm like, it's super embarrassing in hindsight, but like apparently I was like screaming and doing weird stuff, like, someone help me. I felt, I don't know, some weird chemical reaction. I thought I was gonna die, and I didn't recover from that for a while. And then I come in, and I'm like, look, I don't need to race the first few, like, give me a minute.
None of those, when they would do CT scans and stuff, everything was clear?
Dude, at one point in my life, I went to every neurologist that was supposedly the best, and they all kind of told me the same thing. It's hard to know.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't show stuff, because if you don't have like a serious,
if you're not bleeding
TBI, like, you can't see it. Like, we don't really know enough. But I can tell you the effects from it were weird. So
did you get like depression syndromes? Like,
yeah, I got.
Do you have talked to Millsaps about his stuff?
Yeah, and so I also later in that year find out. So I was doing a lot of work, dude, like a lot. I had these concussions. I come back and I double the triple in my heat race at San Diego. Get landed on. Broke spiral fracture in my humerus, compression fracture in my back, and when I did it, it whiskeyed me into the wall and hit my head again. This is within a handful of months, right? And
this is all 2018.
Yeah. Like I said, this is where literally things went south and never really came back from it. But I was doing a lot of work to get back, because I had a 1-year deal. All my deals got cut, injury clauses. I'm like, dude, things are starting to get a little dicey. Like, so I'm busting my ass. Like, I'm locked in, dude. Like, threw away the key, locked in. I end up getting Epstein-Barr, like, really bad. I come back, outdoors. I hole shot like 6 or 7 out of 8 motos I did. But I also had an issue with my ulnar nerve in my arm from the surgeries, and I had a bunch of hardware in there, like I still do, obviously. But I would hole shot, and I'd run up front for a little bit, and then my hand would go numb, and I'm like, I can't. I'm already like scared going fast on this thing at that point. So hole shot both motos at Washougal, and I went like 14 something. I pulled off second moto. I landed, and I was like, my hand came off. I was like, that's it. I went back. I said, I'm done. And that was it. I didn't really hear from anybody else after that. I just knew I didn't have a ride there, and had no plans. So that was that year.
So 18 was not great. We'll just put that down as a not great.
It was. You know, I almost said it wasn't it was probably definitely in my career the worst, but it just made everything not good, dude. Personally, I was weird. Like I was really like short-tempered, really like I felt manic. Like I'd be fine and then I'd be just like really depressed. And I'm talking for stretches of time. Like the Epstein-Barr thing kind of does that as well, because you know, if your adrenals are like completely shot, you feel like you can't sleep enough. And I'm someone who my whole career I've like, maybe I didn't do everything right, but I tried and I would do the work. And I'm at the point where now it just looks like I'm lazy, you know.
Yeah, and then it's a bad cycle, right? Because you're like, oh, I'm getting tired. I need to train harder. And you're digging into this further hole, right?
And I didn't even really, I wasn't getting tired. I'm like, guys, I can't feel for some reason, like, I can't feel my hand. And no one's really like, you know, whatever. But so that year, like, yeah, I pulled off there and I was like, that's it. I'm getting this fixed. I went in and got it fixed like that next Tuesday or something. The ulnar nerve was
it's like a carpal tunnel thing?
It was, yeah, it's just they moved the nerve from like there to here. Yeah. Gives it a little more slack because there was a lot of scar tissue in there and freed it up and I could use it again. It was fine. Fixed it. And then I didn't have a ride, obviously. No deals. The gear company was like, yeah, dude, we're not going to keep paying you this. Everybody, I had nothing. Okay. So, to Jimmy's credit, our relationship is a little more than just agent, writer, you know?
It seems like it.
So we were trying to put together my own thing, getting some sponsors, and it was really dicey. I wasn't going to make A1. Benny ends up getting hurt, and I'm riding with those guys. And mind you, Benny is like lapping me in our like 20s. I'm on a bone stock Honda, production suspension, working on it myself, trying to make it work. Like sleeping on my boy Brad's couch at his apartment, and then Robbie's in one of his spare rooms in one of the bunk beds. Like, I'm out here grinding, dude.
This is in California at the time?
I'm in Oklahoma now because I'm like,
you're back home.
Honestly, when I was in Tallahassee, everything got that year in 18 got so gnarly for me. I was like, I'm moving back to Oklahoma. I'll move to Oklahoma City, be close to my parents, go to Robbie's again. Whatever happens, happens. Like, I got to do something because I'm not all right. And that all happened, but it kind of like renewed appreciation and love. I was like, if I didn't love this stuff, man, I would not be out here like this. But you know, you just keep running into that damn wall, and eventually you might break through it. Unfortunately for Benny, he did his ACL. I get a call from Burner and Forrest. That was a great motorcycle. That generation KTM, and it was factory services, so it was a good bike.
Factory, yeah.
I rode it, I think, the Tuesday before A1. I was like, all right, here we go.
That was your first time riding it?
Yeah. I was like, here we go, boys. See what we can do. I think I got like fourth in my heat. It was all right. And towards the end of that year, though, I won a couple of heat races. I got a couple fourths that year.
You got a fourth in San Diego. I mean, that's great. It is odd. Like, you'll go.
Well, this one was easier to explain.
Yeah. Well, new bike.
It was muddy
3
at
days.
San Diego.
Oh, okay.
So I was ripping. Like, everything
that was the one
down.
with lime burns from everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And I should have got my only Supercross podium, but Dino, as I was lapping him for the like second or third time, didn't know it was me, stuffs me in a corner, and I get passed for third with like a lap to go. Wasn't pumped. But yeah, so the rest of those it's easy to understand because until about Houston, I was really, really not in race shape, dude, like at all. And I figured out, did a lot of blood work, a lot of tests. Oh, dude, my Epstein-Barr levels, like whatever the one number is, was like almost 600. Anything over like 70, I think, was like positive. But all my stuff was completely out of whack. Like my gut health, all my stuff from all the injuries and the surgeries and antibiotics and overtraining. I was not okay. So I just started riding on Wednesdays for like 20 minutes on an outdoor track, and that's all I did. I didn't train. I couldn't. I had nothing in me. But I started at least showing up on the weekends with a little something to give. So it started getting better. The 7th in Houston was big. I remember Trey coming up to me like, dude, you passed guys at the end of it. And I was like, I'll take that. And then, I got Denver was a big one for me. I won a heat race there. And I just battled for it the whole main and ended up hanging in there. I had to dig in there deep, and I ended up 4th. And then you go into the next weekend, win my heat race. I was running, I think, 4th, and had an issue with my forks. I landed a jump, and they were like, something was messed up in them, and I crashed, and I was like, yo. So, yeah. But whatever, I was at least back there, you know?
How was the head at this point? Like, were you having any of that?
No, I was okay.
Good, okay. Yeah.
And outdoors, you know, you can understand where I was kind of at with that. Like,
that's tough.
I wasn't training at all.
Yeah. Still like top 10, 6th at Redbud.
Redbud was good. I led like probably 12 minutes of Moto 1 and then ran 3rd until pretty deep into it. And I think I got 4th in the first moto. I think I went 4.6 for 6th, but that was a good day. I had speed. I showed I had speed. I was up front a lot. I had moments like that in here. Like,
mentally, are you in a better space here where you're
this was the best year of my life probably up to this point for sure. I had the most fun. Kind of everything went back to basics. Frace was living at my house with me. He was doing like all my video stuff for me, but just kind of like just because. But he was going to all the races with me. We were around Colt a lot. We'd come out here and stay with Colt. We were having fun. And I liked the bike. In Supercross, it was really good. Burner was awesome. Derek Rankin was my mechanic, who's still one of my closest friends now.
Okay.
So I really enjoyed that year. It was really, really fun. I did also ride for free that year, obviously. I was a filling guy, and then I had to come out of pocket for outdoors a little bit.
Yeah, because gear was included in that deal? Yeah.
So I rode for free for Supercross, and then outdoors, I think I spent, I don't know, maybe 30.
Good.
Because I wasn't supposed to have an outdoor ride, and they were trying to make it work, and they were like, I had to pay for things. I had to pay for like suspension and engine services and my mechanics like travel or something. But I was like, what do I do? Not do it? Like, I don't have a choice, right?
Yeah, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I will say, to their credit, Forrest was always good to me. And he really did believe in me. Burner as well. And I got to the end of the season, and I was getting sick, honestly, like sick. I wasn't just like tired. I was really like in a hole. Went to Bud's. I love that place. I hole shot first moto. I run 3rd for, I don't know, 10, 12 minutes. And then I just start throwing up in my helmet. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on. By the end of it, I finished, but I didn't know I could. I mean, I threw up enough. I was just dry heaving there at one point, but I'm still like going around the track, right? So I go to the medic rig and I get an IV and stuff to like not have like a heat stroke. And I showed up the next week still, and I don't know how I did, but I earned their respect at least, because I was like, look, I'm not in a position to just take the rest of the summer off, figure it out. I got nothing, right? I ended up getting a ride with them for the next year, so cool. And
did you take any time off to try to?
Yeah, I did a lot of different stuff. Like, I took time off. I changed my diet, my yada yada. I kind of battled it the next few years, honestly. It was like a thin line.
Yeah, once it's in your system, you don't get rid of it, right? And every time you push your immune system too far, it just pops back up.
It's kind of just always lurking there if you aren't careful. So yeah, but after that, we had some fun. Me, Colt, Frace, we went to Monza Formula One race. Like, Daniel Ricciardo hooked us up there. We kind of shadowed him all weekend. Like, he took us out. It was really fun. Spent the next week in Amalfi, like on the coast there. just for a vacation. Like, none of us had done anything in so long. Kind of recharge. And then I did Barcelona Supercross. That was awesome. Had a lot of fun. My off season was great, dude. I was feeling so good. I come into the first round and I don't remember what I did, but I was getting really bad arm pump. I was doing more weights than I'd been doing. You know, just that typical thing. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm just not doing it right. And this is actually another moment that this had a pretty profound effect on everything. I don't know if it was like round 3, maybe. How many did I make it there?
Well, let's see here. So A1 and then St. Louis.
A2. So
This was the weird.
this one was,
This was the
so
weird.
I
you
had
got to
a
go
really goofy bike setup that I thought was going to be genius. It wasn't. Changed it.
What was the goofy setup?
It was the opposite of what that bike was perfect at for me. Like, it was good, rear high a little bit. If I changed my sag or my fork height, it completely changed the bike. And I had too much leeway. I was way off the reservation with my setup, and I'm struggling, right? And changed it back to my old stuff from the year before for Glendale. Oh my God, I can ride again. I feel good. Go there and I'm like, this is going to be good. Sweet. I'll work my way back into it. Lo and behold, first corner, it was AC. He didn't stop. You know, I like AC, right? Shit happens. First corner. And I actually have a photo of me doing this, but like, he didn't turn and I was turning because the corner turned, and it's Glendale, right? It's a really big, long straightaway for the start.
Yeah, you're hauling ass at the end of everything.
I have a photo. My arms are behind me and my face is in the ground. Again, red flag that race. I got knocked out for a long time. And that one, I was in the hospital, and I swear I was seeing scary stuff coming out of the walls and stuff, dude. It was not right. I wasn't myself for probably 5-6 months, like at all. Really depressed. I was going to retire. It was not good at all.
God, I just hate hearing that, man. So you were off from, that was January 25th of 2020. You came back at Loretta's in August of that summer.
Yep.
So
Yep. I got 22nd at Loretta's.
that's what it says.
That's better than I thought, because I think I went 18 DNS. So
Oh, that was the mutter?
no,
The second one was the mutter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
the first one was really hot, and I had didn't touch a motorcycle for almost 6 months after that one, because I was dead set. I was like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Like,
Yeah. How many? That's like
yeah, it
5
was way
big
too damn many in a short
Yeah.
amount of time. Like,
Yeah.
plus all the other stuff and everything else. And I was like, dude, I've been riding for free for most of my career. I've won races here and there. I feel like I cannot get this. I can't hack this thing. And I was like really bummed. Like, I was depressed, dude, straight up. So Brad's still living at my house. One of our other friends moves in, and we're hanging out and like kind of directionless. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what we're doing. Like, we're just like, I don't know. It's kind of drinking a little too much, just lost, like super lost. And I remember one day I remember kind of waking up and being like, I kind of feel like normal again. Kind of like I don't feel like I'm in this like dark cloud in my head where I'm like just not me. And so RCH, like they let me keep one of my bikes from that year because the team folded up. And I had it. It was at my dad's house. My track at home hadn't been ridden since I was like B class, you know?
Okay.
And I called my dad. I'm like, hey, is that bike there? I was like, anyone home? I'm like, I'm going to come over. I lived like an hour away. I drove over. I rode the track I grew up on, and I was like, yeah, fuck it, dude. I'm doing it. Called Rankin and my mechanic Derek, and I called Burner, and I was like, yeah, I'm doing it. I'll figure it out. So maybe jump the gun a little bit, but went into Loretta. I was like, dude, I'm just gonna try to score some points. Like I started, like I came out of the first corner in third, maybe in the first moto. Was not a good idea. I immediately was like, oh shit, dude, Ricky Bobby, like, are those the other guys? There's no way. I went back to like 18th quick, like 2 laps.
Are those spaceships?
And then, dude, I swear it took every mental trick I knew, every little like mind game thing I knew to hold on and score points with the guys I was with. I was like, I was having to use some tactics. Like I shouldn't have been out there. And second moto, I was like, after the race, it was really hot. I obviously been not doing anything productive for 5-6 months. And I'd had a little bit of time riding, but not enough. And, I was not okay after the first moto. I was like, yo, I can't do it. Like I will die out there if I go, because I will literally have a heat stroke and I won't be okay. Didn't race second moto. The next week, go back. I think I got stuck in the mud or something.
Did you stay back there in Tennessee? No, you
no
went
shot.
Oh, okay, I thought they were keeping everyone.
Well, I don't think we even knew we were going there until like Saturday before, at round 1, you know? So I think first moto, it was gnarly mud. I got stuck in it somewhere or something happened. And second moto, I got 10th. And I was like, okay. And then I don't even remember what happened. Ironman was funny. I have a funny video of that as well. I went into the first corner at like maybe third, and I was angling this way, and I front wash, and it caught on a bump, and when it caught, it slung the back end like up and out, and it hit the tree next to that corner, and it slung me around, and I was like on the ground going, dude, did I like break my kidneys? I don't know what's in there that I did, but something's weird. It took me a minute, and I get up, and I'm like, okay, I think I'm all right. And at this point, I'm so like, dude, hide the sharp objects, you know? I got on the bike, I'm 2 laps down, and I rode my ass off for like a 37th. But honestly, I had pace, like decent pace. And I was like, good, don't care. I'm fried for Moto 2, don't care. I just had to do that for me. If I just pulled off, I'd be over this. I finished the moto. I rode as hard as I could. I was like, okay, I'm not that far off from where like I kind of wanted to be as far as pace goes. Still kind of struggled. I don't really remember next few. I just wasn't good.
Red Buds, you were trending the right direction.
Yeah, but
19,
it was,
16,
we're talking
13, 9,
19,
8.
16, 13. Like it was a rough time period.
Yeah.
And
but
Thunder Valley was
it did trend the right direction all the way to the end. So
but Thunder Valley was better. I got a single digit. That was my goal, was like, I need to get a single digit. That was the whole thing that summer. And the last 2 rounds I did. And at Paula, I rode good at Paula. Like 8th, but like I rode well. I was like, all right, cool. Honestly, I don't even want to keep going, because it's like, you want me to just, we can record this and just push repeat.
Yeah.
I felt good going in that year too, and guess what? I was getting I was a little cocky maybe. There was this tricky little wheel tap thing, and I was not even on a fast lap, but guys weren't really doing it because it was tricky, but it felt easy.
Is this at practice track, or are you talking about out of Houston?
This is at Houston, the first one. So what do you know? I hit it, and I do one of these, and when I do that, it comes up, and I fall off the back hard and smack the back of my head. And so it was just same song and dance, man. Just
same team again this year in 21.
Yeah. Like I said, dude, I don't.
And then
Forrest and Burner really they believed in me, and I don't. Looking back on it, man.
Like, you guys are idiots.
What are you guys thinking? You use a budget on that?
You still, again, some top 10s
Orlando
this year.
2, Daytona, I started riding better. Those finishes are still not great. I was riding better.
Okay.
But I was living at Burners there.
In Florida.
I just stayed at Burners. Me and Brad just stayed there, and I was riding at Blake's with him. And Blake was fun to have as a teammate. I really liked Blake. He's a bit of an enigma, obviously, but Blake's awesome. Once I got to know him more, he was cool. So that was good. I started doing all of that. Just terrible results, man. Just, was this 21? So, okay. So yeah, I was living with Burner, and then I got an apartment. I sold everything. Got an apartment.
Like, did you get paid this year at all?
$50,000.
Okay.
So by the time I paid for the compound, I made, and you know, all the other things that you pay for.
It's pretty much a wash probably at the end of the year.
I mean, I was definitely like in the negative big time still.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's, you know. So I feel like you've been now 4 years. It sounds like I should be like really depressed and like pissed about my career, but honestly, guys, I swear I'm fine. I promise.
Well, no, but the thing that's wild to me, you go from the Supercross title, which you didn't probably get paid.
I might be actually a dumbass because I'm happy. You know what I mean?
No, that's great.
Life's good.
This doesn't define you.
No,
right? And that's,
I mean,
that's important.
I'll tell you what, I moved to Florida there, and I was at the compound. The money I spent, I met my wife when I was living there. It all works out. You know what I mean? Things are good.
But in the thing is, as a racer, at least this was my experience, and I'm about to turn 50 this year. I'm old as dirt, but when you're in the moment, you're in your career here. It does seem like it's all that matters.
It is.
And so you were underpaid grossly when you won your title. Kind of got pushed out a little too early. There's smatterings of success, but you're not. It's like so many of these years, I can't believe you were not getting paid. Maybe once or twice, but like for a guy who can go out and win, a guy who jumps into the top 10 every single year you raced, you're not being paid. You're several of the years spending money to go do it. I don't know that people realize that.
No, and I mean it's not like a poor me thing. It ain't that.
No, but it's just a reality.
That ain't my personality. I'm not that. But the reality of it is,
yeah, but show me other athletes.
Sometimes it ain't all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah, show me other athletes in any other sport where this is happening.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I will say in 2020 when I had that break, 6 months or so, I did get a little bitter then. I didn't like who I was at that point. Mm-hmm. Like I was, again, like I said, I didn't feel like myself anyway. Just felt off. And I was a little bitter because I was like, how is that? How does this keep... Number one, like, dude, I'm putting myself through the ringer. And I have won races. In 19, I was, I think single digit in both championship overalls, which with how that started, I got on the bike on Tuesday before I won. I was like, how have I been riding literally for free my whole 450 career? And like on 250s, like, yes, I'm grateful, but I was probably I was maybe podium place for like pay scale, even with a championship, so I again, you don't get what you deserve, right? You get what you can negotiate. And a lot of this stuff, like you said, it's timing, it's circumstance. It's like I won Budds Creek and I won a couple motos that summer, but I didn't win Budds Creek, and then until the next to last round. By then, where are you going to go?
Most deals are done. Yeah.
No, so like,
I get it. I understand how it happens and why.
For sure,
I see it, but like, it's just I don't know that people really, when they're watching, scrolling social media or seeing pictures or watching the races on TV, they don't hear this stuff.
I'll be honest with you, like it is even for me, knowing my personality type, like I've got really bad ADD, right? Like I'm squirrel brain, like more so than most people, and it wasn't helped by all the head injuries, like all of those things. Like, it was a struggle for a while, but I mean, you put yourself through look at my whole career, right? We've talked about it, and it's probably getting sick of hearing it, people, but even the year I won my title was a gnarly year for me.
Yeah.
So like my whole pro career, like it's a wonder, honestly, that I didn't end up going severely off the deep end. Like I got close. I had my toes dangling off the edge. 2018, for sure. I was peeking over. Like I could have went that way easily. And almost would have been like, I get it. Like, you know, but it's crazy I didn't end up with like, and I'm Native American, dude. It's crazy I didn't end up with a severe drinking problem, drugs, something like, dude, it could have swung that way pretty easily. And like, I don't have a lot of, I think as a human being, you go through things, and that's how you kind of get empathy and compassion. It's hard for me to judge when people have issues right like that, because like I'm like, dude, I feel like I'm pretty strong, but you don't know how strong you actually are until you're in those moments. And like, even for me with dealing with all of this and always being able to like bounce back, and like Mathis used to joke and call me like Jason Voorhees, because he's like, dude, you think he's dead and he just climbs back out somehow. It's like, I don't know, man. It's easy to go off the ledge like that. And then you're also trying to manage, like, I got people on payroll and the LLC's not looking great at the time, right? Like I got to pay a trainer and a place to ride, facility, practice mechanic, bills, life stuff. And it's like, man, I'm, because I'm not going to, especially in my career, like I'm in those years, I'm going to do it all the way in, or I'm not doing it, right? And it's honestly, it's dangerous if you aren't all the way in. Dangerous as hell if you are, clearly, but you know, so you're just like, dude, I'm going broke doing this damn thing. I'm killing myself, and I'm like literally going to end this thing with all I got to show for it is like depression and CTE, like, you know what I mean? But
so having said that, 2021 ends. Did they offer you another ride?
No. And I completely understood.
Where's your head at? Where's your head at this September?
Yeah, I jumped onto the HEP thing pretty quickly.
Okay. So you had that kind of already cooking?
Yeah. So,
okay.
And that year was, so that's my last year, 22, and I only did Supercross. It's really frustrating. Like the whole time, it was just so frustrating. Like,
and this bike you didn't like because this was the new.
Yeah, I didn't gel with it, and like, it's like I said, it's way better now, and those guys have got a lot of things figured out, obviously. But I mean, you could have put me on the bike now, and I still wouldn't have done great. I had too much going on. I was almost half my foot out the door already, anyways, mentally.
Yeah, at the end of, I mean, and again,
the last 2 years of this, like 19 gave me some hope, because I could smell it a little. I was up there enough to like be like, okay, this is doable. And then 20, 21, not a lot of single digit finishes, dude.
Yeah, Detroit's an eighth in Seattle.
I mean, I don't care if you've won a couple races like I did, and that's it through your whole career. If you've won something, if you can't even crack the top 10, it is pretty damn trying. Mm-hmm. So going into 22, I'm kind of struggling, but I'm like I did Bercy. I had a lot of fun. I felt pretty good. I'm like, okay, like whatever. I go to A1 and I'm like maybe 6th in the heat, and I crash. And I'm like, LCQ, great. Not pumped on that. I've only done a couple. Even in my bad years, I didn't have to do those because top 9 would qualify my whole career most of the time. So I get into the LCQ. I'm second, like first lap, I try to go into the lead, and I bounce off the guy, and I crash. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me, dude. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. Like, what just happened? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Didn't make the main, and I'm like...
Oh, you didn't?
Nah, not at A1.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I was like, what was that? How does that even happen? Like, I was, even as bad as I'd been doing, I was like, not making the main is a different level. Yeah, first race with a new team. So that was the least of my worries. Like,
were you making any money this year? Tiny, yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
No. A little bit, but like, you know. So, Colt that night, so his house that he had bought in California, he was renting it to RFED. So I was just always staying with RFED when I'd come out. And basically just living with him there for months at a time. And so was Colt when he'd come out. Like, he would just charge him like way less rent, and like we could stay there too. Colt breaks leading his heat race that he'd won the title the year before. He's out there, breaks both of his wrists, third-degree burns, all that stuff. Freaky times. It's like weird COVID stuff. I never even went to the hospital. Normally I would, and I've done it with him before where I've literally slept in the chair for nights on end because he's hurt and we're out here by ourselves or family's not out here. They wouldn't even let his parents or his girlfriend or whoever from like a certain time to the certain time the next day. Mind you, you don't even have your phone to get on and play on.
Gosh, I didn't think about
So
that.
that was gnarly. So we're dealing with that.
How long was he in the hospital that too? A little bit.
Yeah. It had to be. No, I mean it gets harder. I think that had to be for him. Like, proved to me he's a tough SOB as well because I had to be some dark stuff. But he also didn't have a 450 ride after that. But so the next day, our Fed was at the race with me. Again, not training me, but just one of my best friends, you know? Gives me my little pep talk, gives me a hug. I'm like almost distraught, like I can't believe this just happened. Like, kind of embarrassed. It's gonna be all right, we'll figure it out. The next day, he goes to dinner on his Harley, gets in a accident, and me and my girlfriend, my girlfriend at the time, we were at the house. Last thing he says is like, I'm in the garage working on stuff, and he's like, I'm going to dinner, like I'll be back in a little bit, like whatever, like gives me a hug, love you, dude. And I'm like, it's getting late. And you know, one of his friends calls, hey, I think, and I'm like, I was like, Shar, my wife, Shar, let's go. Couldn't find him, went to a bunch of different hospitals, all the ones around here, found him. Luckily, one of the security guards, we were like, showed him a photo, like, it's not going to be under the name, it's going to be under, like, John Doe because of, probably didn't have his ID or whatever. Found it, again, COVID times, right? Never went back there. It was me and my wife sorting everything. I'm at the hospital in the parking lot for a couple days. I'm called his mom that night. Told her, get on a flight now. Come here.
Where's she?
Texas.
Okay.
So she comes out. Obviously, his girlfriend was with him as well, and it wasn't looking great either. She pulled through. It was awesome. She's fine. Doing good. So there's a blessing in there, you know. But Ryan didn't, you know. So that was gnarly. My old man's very stoic, and he does have emotions, right? The older I get, the more I get it. But he was never going to show that to us, you know. Old school. I mean, I'm just end up being that way as well with those kind of things. Racing, I could get roller coastery, but with that stuff, no. So I almost felt like I had this responsibility to kind of hold it together and sort everything, right? It's like me and Char sorting everything, and Ryan's mom, she's a very strong woman and a great person, so we're sorting it, and everyone else is kind of breaking down, and it's like, not, because someone has to hold it together. And me and his mom had the conversation about like, look, it's not gonna happen. Like, this is what we got to do. And I'm like, do it. Like, if the only, like, we had to make that kind of call, right? Very gnarly. So that week,
He was on life support, you're saying?
Yeah, but it was like there was no brain activity, and they were like, if somehow by a miracle this was to pull through, he would never be able to. And I was like, nope. And I hope to God someone would do the same for me. But I don't think. I mean, there was it was just most minute chance that anything. So that was gnarly. I didn't sleep all week.
And that was in 22?
Yeah, that was the Sunday after 8-1.
That road is right 2 miles from my house. Every time I go by there, I kind of get the
me
chills.
too. So, mind you, this is like my, not blood, but like a big brother, someone that I like really trusted and like really did look up to.
You and Will, you guys were really tight with him.
Yeah. And me and Ryan even too, like I was younger and he almost, I think maybe felt more responsibility. Like he saw me go from a little punk ass kid, cocky punk, to like a man, so like he had a big part in that, so I didn't sleep that whole week and we're sorting stuff. And one of the hardest things I ever did was give my speech at his funeral thing. And that was tough. Chappie, we all know Chappie, he's the GOAT. He was big help with everything. So actually
he flew out for that.
Yeah, he's awesome. So he spent a lot of time with me and Will, and he was helping us sort things. He was staying at Will's house, and I was kind of starting to get a little overwhelmed, like right before we had to do the ceremony. And I was like, he grabs me, he's like, look, sorted me through it, pulled me back together. And so that was gnarly. And then I go into his mother, bless her heart, dude, she told me, she goes, kind of just crying, hugging, and she says, okay, but it's time to go to work. We'll sort this Sunday when you get back. We'll talk and we'll deal with the house and all that. So I tried, but I think I was running like 11th or 12th in the main, and I think at one point I just almost forgot where I was.
This is Oakland?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I forgot what rhythm I was in when I was in it. And I was like, I felt like the stadium was just closing in because I hadn't processed it really. Kind of just suppressed everything the whole time because there was too much to do. And it all hit me at once. And I rode off the track. I just rode off the track and I took my helmet off and just dropped it and just kept riding and went back to the truck and just lost it. Like finally lost it. And again, to Aaron and Dustin Pipe's credit, they opened the door and they saw, and they just shut the door, didn't let anyone in. They weren't like upset. They said, however long you need, dude, whatever you need. Next weekend, whatever you need to do. Like, we get it. This was gnarly. And mind you, dude, I'm in the spare bedroom.
Yeah,
me and Will, sorted everything. We had to like go through all the stuff. It was gnarly, dude. So honestly, I think just emotionally, I was so shot, dude. I was like, I can't really.
Yeah.
I had a couple races. Like I whole shot Detroit maybe, led a couple laps. I got like 8th, but it's like, whatever. Like, who cares? Like it's an 8th. Like I got smoked, So like, yes, I should have been more so like sweet, but I was like, dude, I was over everything. I was like, dude, I don't think I got much left to give here. Like,
was that kind of the nail in the coffin, kind of, so to speak?
Well, I was still trying to do it, and I went to Paula and I first round outdoors, and I was like barely scored points, didn't crash. Just kind of felt like I wasn't there, and I was like, maybe it was just just trying to reason it, trying to figure out, be all right. Went to Hangtown, first moto, same thing, and I came in after that moto, and I was like, you guys need to give this spot to someone else. Like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm done. Like, this is it. I'm not racing anymore. And, I got a little emotional there because, that was unexpected, really. I wasn't really planning on that, but there was just so damn much stuff. And I was just like, dude, I feel like I'm like fighting for air here. Like, so did that, and Clark Jones, who I really like Clark and Lois. They're good people, you know. It was cool, and him and Aaron and Dustin, they were the coolest about it, you know. Just kind of put them in a weird spot, and I felt bad about it, but I was like, I can't go next weekend. I can't go Moto 2. I'm done. So, you know, luckily I'd met my wife a couple years before that. She didn't really know, her brother raced, but she didn't know anything about anything. So she was just like, it's fine. Like, she didn't care at all. Yeah. So we'll figure it out. And, yeah. So that was my career. And it sounds way worse than it felt when I was in it.
Well, it's, look, man, you had some really high highs. Like I said, championships, short list of people that win those. 450 nationals or supercrosses, very short list of guys who win those. But you had some really rough years.
I had a couple of
the head injuries,
few
man.
Bright points that were really bright, but then yeah, shit, man. Teach you how to be resilient, I guess, you know, because life will punch you in the face, whether it does it in your career, if it does it after or before. It's gonna punch you a lot.
Yeah,
and you gotta just take it and keep going and figure it out, right? That's what you do, because it ain't perfect. Life is gnarly most of the time. You get a couple blessings here and there, keep you going, right? But the older I get too, the more it's like, look, I've got a awesome wife who's honestly I got lucky. She's too good for me. I can be a complete asshole, and I'm in that weird spot where, like, I retired and I'm kind of like, sometimes I'm like, what do I do?
Well, and I think this VARC thing is a nice sort of transition for you. I had media. I went and did, you know, the stuff with Racer X, and that was a really nice segue out for me. And you know, I'm still involved in this stuff, but I think the guys that just go, okay, I'm done, and then they turn their back on the sport.
How do you do that?
You know, it's bad for them.
That's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want it to, and you try not to, but your whole identity and who you are and what you do and everything, because
that's what it's been.
Because what you do is who you are, really. Like, how you do it, it's all I've done, all I remember. We're all that way. Yeah. So when we are done, I don't care how good it went, how bad it went, it's not easy. Mm-hmm. So this Stark thing has been a blessing because, number one, I love riding my motorcycle. Clearly, otherwise I wouldn't do it. After all of this, I love it, dude, more than anything. So it's fun for me to try to kind of be on, like, the ground floor of, like, a new thing, and to be able to give my input on things, use my brain a bit, testing, and I really enjoy the people I'm around. Like, my mechanic is awesome, works super hard. I got very lucky there. He's a great kid. Everyone I'm around, like, obviously we all know Seb. Seb's awesome. It's cool, you know, and I can still call Jimmy when I'm like, can you help me with this? And he'll do it.
Yeah.
You know, doesn't have to. So I got a lot of good relationships, good friends, great people from this thing. And me and my dad talked about it the other day, man. Like, yeah, it was a bumpy road, let's be honest. But, man, I've had a pretty sick life, all things considered. What else would I have been doing?
Yeah.
Like, this is the only thing that gets me out of bed in the morning. I mean, what do you do? You know?
Even if you're flush financially at the end of it, you got to travel around the world, see and do things very few people will get to do,
and, like,
right? And experience things.
Yeah.
I mean, just a fraction of people do. Was it tough, you know, leaving Hangtown? Was it Hangtown that day?
Mm-hmm.
Was it tough leaving there? Which Hangtown was never good to you anyway.
I hated that place.
I did too.
Honestly, any other track I'd go ride and have a blast right now, I would say, nah, I'm good. Mm-hmm. I hate that place.
Yeah, I was kind of the same.
It wasn't good to me. I never was fast there, even on my good years.
Was that tough kind of when you said, I'm done?
Yeah, it was just weird because I I didn't plan on it.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I had this planned. I'd planned on racing more. I plan on still be racing right now, but I just,
So how soon after that did you put the Stark deal together? Was there a window of time? I can't really put it together.
Yeah, because that was
Didn't you do with some World Supercross stuff? And
yeah, so that was 22, start outdoors. End of 22, I did World Supercross, which was good. So outdoor starts, and I'm riding, so my brother-in-law, Ethan Lane, we're at the compound, and he had an old, 21 450 KTM bone stock suspension. And his dad, my now father-in-law, was, hey, will you coach him a bit? I'm like, yes. I don't want to train him, but I love the riding coaching thing. Honestly, I really enjoy it. I'm not bad at it. So I like it, and especially if someone's willing to listen and they got, it makes it fun. So I was riding with him a lot, and I was kind of feeling. I was like, dude, I'm kind of ripping. I feel pretty good, but I was still, I'm not doing that. Honestly, I don't think my body could handle 35 races in the grind of that. Not that I wouldn't want to do it. My body can't take it anymore, It's been through a lot. So I was coaching him, and I was having a blast doing it, seeing improvements. It was cool. We go to Loretta's, and he struggled, and that was tough because I went to Loretta's. And I was like, dude, some things you can't teach everyone, right?
Yeah.
When the lights are on, you got to do it or don't.
Yeah.
So then, so I enjoyed that. But then after that, the MDK thing for World Supercross came up. I did a couple of those, and the first year was fun. I think I qualified P1 at maybe both of them in some of the practices. I was fast on it still. It was a 250, and it was last minute, whatever. It was it'll be fun. It was fun. I didn't finish well, but I think I got a bunch of flat tires at the one round. And
yeah. Did you go to Dubai?
That was the second year.
Okay.
The second year, yeah. So I did that. It was fine. And then I'm kind of not sure what to do, not really doing much. I'm kind of really just helping Colt a lot, going to the track with him a lot. Riding and just, I don't know, I was just going to do World Supercross again. It's make decent money doing that. Sure, a couple races, why not? I did some overseas things, went to Dortmund, a couple things like that. I was like, this is fine. And trying to figure out what deals, I don't know what to do. And then I forgot about this part. So I was going to race in Canada. I just get my bikes, whatever. I go out to...
Was it the Walton Cowie thing? Yeah.
So I was going to do that. And I go out to, where is it? Hemet, one of those gnarly tracks, the one they all go to in the summer when it rains. And I crashed super hard. Oh. And I got this one. I broke my arm, and I had this humongous thing on my back, and I was worried I really did something. Kind of hit my melon, but not knocked out, but just rung my bell, right? But enough to where I was Colt, because I was there by myself at the track, but there was other people there. Okay. But I drove myself. So I was Colt, come get me. His girlfriend drops him off. We're leaving. Going back, I pick my bike up and I ride back, and I'm my arm hurts. I pop the clutch and everything. I get back, put the bike on the stand. I'm I'm gonna need some help here getting this stuff off, but I'm pretty sore. And as we're driving back towards the house, I'm you want to drop? Let's go by Inland Valley real quick. Let's see. I think I broke my arm, dude. We get there, and I'm dude, my back kind of hurts. What's it look like? Take a photo. And he goes, ooh. And I'm that didn't sound good. But I started getting hot and feeling I was going to pass out. So then they take me back. Then I'm in there for 3 days. Get surgery on my arm. My back was all weird.
So radius? What'd you do?
Yeah, just radius. It was whatever. But
they plated it?
Yeah, I just had to get it plated.
And then what was the thing on the back?
I had a gnarly hematoma. It didn't go away for a long time. I still got a little calcified hematoma in there. But it was massive. It was disgusting.
What, grapefruit size or orange?
bigger. And it was like my whole low back and this whole area, like I have pictures. I posted one on my Instagram at the time, but my whole back's like almost black, like purple, like I hit hard. So I was like, look, I'm out. I'm not doing Canadian racing, dude. I'm over it.
Yeah.
But I had to do the MDK thing for World Supercross. I didn't do very well. I was like close to last at all of them, and I didn't care. I was like, dude, I don't want to be here. I shouldn't be here. Like, whatever.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I was probably worse off because I had done like a 6-week deal with Stark at first. So I was riding the Stark on like 60 horsepower on Supercross. And then I'd fly to the race on this like not factory level 250 and try to race these things. And I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
I don't know what weighs up. Like right now, it's been so long since I've ridden like a normal bike.
It'd be tough.
Take me a
wouldn't it?
while to
Yeah.
shift. Right. You know?
Even jumping those, I noticed like
It's different.
any input, you flip the throttle and the front end just pops up.
Yeah,
Or
dude.
brake and it's like, phew.
Yeah. And if you don't have the skill to ride one, you can figure it out. I've been me and all the boys pretty addicted to MX bikes on the PC. It's kept me sane in Spain on my laptop. You know what I mean? So, and it's exactly the same. The Stark on that game, you can maneuver in the air a lot.
Yeah.
You can't on the normal ones because that's how it works. So like, yes, it was weird racing those on the weekends and only riding a Stark during the week, right? But it led to me like getting this deal and then finally having some like consistency and a job that I enjoy. And like, I've spent a lot of time in Spain this year, but hey, sweet.
Where are you at in Spain?
Just outside of Barcelona a little bit, like
Okay.
Pelea Camp, legendary place there. Yeah, it's been fun.
Huh.
My teammate Eddie Wade, I've been helping him a lot. He's a British kid and had a lot of fun with that. Like it's fun to kind of help coach a kid that's like, you know, what he lacks in like the skill or the talent at the moment, he makes up for in like heart and balls on him. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah.
not scared. And he's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to give you all he's got, but he respects and listens, you know, and seeing a lot of improvements. It's been fun. That's helped a lot too. So
Yeah.
I've been enjoying it. Lately it's been fun, man.
Yeah. That's good. What do you think's next for you? Like where do you see yourself here moving down the road?
I mean, you asked me this like 4 or 5 years ago. I kind of thought I had a direction I wanted to go with some stuff, but I don't know, man. I'm getting older.
How old are you?
31.
Okay.
And in real life, I'm young. But my body don't feel young, and in racing, I'm obviously a dinosaur. So I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm married, kind of got some consistency. You know, I want a family, I want kids, and I want to raise my kids. So I don't want to be in Europe for months at a time. Like I'm not doing that. So we'll get there when the time comes. Like I would love to, honestly, I'd love to be at a company like Stark and maybe transition into managing something over here or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like something where I'm still involved in this stuff and still kind of, you got a purpose still, you know, like even the coaching thing is rewarding because, you know, you're not doing it like this, but you feel it, you're living it a little through them.
Yeah, of course.
And it's rewarding because when they do well and they accomplish their goals, it's like you see what it means to them. You know what that feels like. So you're like, that's rewarding, right?
Yeah.
So things like that. And then I'm not sure really. That's the problem. Like anything I do, I really, most of the time, I'm a little obsessive with things, you know, super impulsive, but I go all the way in. I do first, think later.
Ready, fire, aim.
Yes. But I don't want to do things like halfway, right? So it's
Yeah.
like nothing else has really piqued my interest much, you know? So I don't know.
This is the hard part. I mean, the conversation we had earlier, it's like you've got to find whatever your next purpose is, right? Your reason to get up in the morning.
Yep.
And it's hard. It's hard for, you know.
Yeah, I mean it's hard for everybody, but I think I've had a lot of other interests. Like, I've really liked music and like making clothes and doing all these other things, but I mean, try to make a career out of something with that, like, it's not gonna probably,
I know,
you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
it's just unrealistic. And
Yeah.
also, it's like, it's a hobby,
Yeah.
right? Like, I'm not that insane, you know what I mean, to think I could do, you know, but I don't know, because honestly, we all do it, but like, probably would love to be something in the industry. I used to think there's no shot, but like, now that I'm older, I'm like, kind of the only thing I truly care about. So, you know.
Well, then there you go. That,
But
you know,
who knows, dude?
yeah.
Wind blows and things change.
So are you still making music?
Yeah, I mean, here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a hobbyist.
Yeah.
Definitely a hobbyist these days. You know what I mean?
All right. What advice would you give pro rider or young riders trying to get to pro? Like, if you could give them a nugget.
You better really truly love this stuff, you know, because even if it goes as good as it possibly could, you're gonna have to give everything you got. There's a lot of, I mean, it's sacrifice. It doesn't feel like sacrifice in the moment because it's like, this is what I want to do. I'm not giving up anything. Like, it's all worth it, but it's a different life. It's sweet, but it's different. You got to be willing to suffer, you know,
Yes.
in all aspects of that word. The end of an outdoor moto, you know what that's like. That's a suffer. I don't care how good a shape you're in, you're still suffering. Career like mine, there's quite a bit of it in there. You know what I mean?
We heard
but
about
you gotta love this stuff enough to be able to pull this move and just keep climbing out of there. You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
You know what I thought was interesting? When you won your championship and when you won that 450 National, you were in the same mode both times. Eat, sleep, ride, repeat. Hiding out in your, there was no distractions. You were like tunnel vision.
You know, you have some fun here and there, but like, it's, all things in moderation, right? Like, you can't go too crazy with anything because it's not good. But I also was like that in 2018, and I was literally the worst year of my life. But your point is, yes, that is what it takes.
That's what it takes.
And
yeah, if you can't do that.
And kids, look, I ain't Jeremy McGrath, all right? I won 4 races my whole career. So you could have a career like mine, and it still requires that. But if you want to do anything, there's guys living that way that are making mains barely. Like, that's what it takes, And
it's true.
you got to really want to do it.
So tell me about how you met your wife. How is through that Ethan kid?
Yep. So Ethan, his dad, my now father-in-law, owned the Lawrence compound before them.
Oh,
sold it to them. So it sounds like one of those stories, but she grew up in England. They were in Spain, visiting, obviously, but parents divorced and not together. So,
you met her in Spain?
No. So she grew up in England, but like Ethan and Mark, Ethan was riding and doing stuff. He was in Spain a lot of the time, and then she was in England going to school, and then so she came over to just visit, like, for vacation, right? And I saw her at the track, and I was like, who's that? You know what I mean? So this is one of those moments where the overconfident thing is okay, because I'm way too damn skinny to have my shirt off that much, right? And I just walked right up to her. I was like, hi, I'm Justin. What's your name? And just struck up a conversation, and then quickly asked her to dinner, and then, it all happened pretty quickly. Next thing you know, we're spending every day together, and honestly, she's been big because, like you said, my career was at the end there. She had no idea who me or anyone else there was. So that helped, because
That's nice.
the first Supercross at HEP, when I'm there, she's like, yeah, it's fine. Like, yeah, you didn't make the main. It's going to be okay. And I'm like, I feel like my life is ending. But so
I'm dying inside.
It's been good, right? So yeah, and obviously I'd known Mark because I'd been paying him to ride at the compound. So her dad. So, liked me. We got along fine. So he was, yeah, cool. Do you think? So she was only supposed to be in America for like a week or two trip, like a 2-week trip, and then ended up kind of not going back for a long time. So now we live together. So, and we're married and all that stuff. So.
And you were telling me you guys never got to have an actual ceremony, so that's coming up.
Yeah, we are a few years deep now of being fully married, but we're having a wedding. So we had it scheduled and everything, and I ended up having to race somewhere. And I was like, look, that's kind of a lot of money. I'd, you know what I mean? So, and I couldn't get out of it either way if I wanted to. So
this was the WSX thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was all last minute. You know how that went.
Yeah.
So I kind of was like, I'm sorry. So, you know what? I'm just, hey, happy wife, happy life. I'm just out here, whatever you say. Sure.
So where are you guys living?
Just right here.
You're in Marietta. Okay.
Marietta,
I didn't know if you went back to Oklahoma or like.
Nah, we were in Florida. And I was like, I mean, this feels more, honestly, when I was younger, I didn't really care for it out here. But now this feels a little more like home than anywhere else I've lived, just because Colt's also in Marietta. Will's right up the road.
Yeah.
Like a lot of my friends that I've known a long time live here. Like,
yeah.
It's a place where a lot of people, if you're in the industry, you're going to be here at some point. You see people more, you know, like.
Everywhere else feels a little remote.
Yeah.
Even though there's a lot of things about this place that suck.
Well,
it is still the hub.
Yeah.
You know,
pros and cons to everything. Yeah. But, you know, the way we've lived too, it's not like a lot of stimulation, you know, a lot of action all the time, a lot of go and do, and you're buzzing around quickly. To just like stop that and be back to like super small town, not much to do, it's way too hard for me.
Yeah.
So I'd love to be closer to my parents and stuff, and like when we start having kids, but what am I going to do for a job? You know what I mean? Like,
get out in those oil fields.
That's the thing, and I promise you, I don't think I'd last long.
Nah. Well, what do you guys do for fun? What's kind of you guys get time together, time off? What do you go do?
Yeah, I mean, we've done. I've had a little too much time off in the last couple of years, but it's been good if we have traveled, like stay in England at her sister's with her kids and that, and get to spend family time with like her side, and it's good for both of us, and go do stuff with them and whatever. And then, you know, her family's all over the place too, so like go places for vacation and stuff. They are always meeting up and doing stuff. And then, like I said, having Colt and them close is nice. We'll go do something. Like our anniversary was, I don't know, a couple months ago or something, and don't kill me. I'll figure it out eventually. I've had a lot of stuff going on in this brain today. The squad of us, we went to Vegas for that. We had a good time, and I left there and put myself on a drinking ban for a couple months. I was proud of myself for that. After that one, I was like, things got out of hand. We didn't sleep much. We were, you know, drinking, having fun, all that. But yes, in general, I don't do much. Fun for me.
No hobbies, no like.
I mean, I make music. I do stuff like that, clothes stuff. Like I said, I play a lot of MX bikes. You know what I mean? It's like my guy time. It's like a lot of my friends live in other places.
Yeah.
So like we get on there and just, you know, talk shit to each other and whatever. It's like we're at the bar hanging out. But, you know, we're old and we don't have time for that anymore.
Hey, gotcha. And you guys want kids, huh? Is that in process?
I mean, I've always wanted a family, you know? Like, I think when you're older in life, it's like, you know, it's the whole point.
I know. I think there's things that having kids will teach you and show you about yourself and humanity and everything else that there's no other way to learn it.
Yeah.
And the thought of being older and just being alone is kind of like, ugh, no bueno.
Too many concussions for me for that.
I'll tell you this. It's not all sunshine and roses, dude.
No.
When my daughters got to be teenagers, I'm like,
I will say though,
what have I done?
It's, you know, it's just one of those things. Like my dad, when he was younger, he was a little wild, I think. Like, you know, the day we were born, like it was like it just changed. And he was like, nah, this is more important than any of that.
Yeah.
Than having a car and a boat and having some fun. Nah, dude, I got a family and this is what's important. It's like,
it's a perspective changer.
I mean, that's you know, that's an adult. That's a man.
Well, we finish every show, as you know, with how do you want to be remembered in this sport?
I thought about this before I got here. Dude, I don't have an answer. I don't care. Like, no one's going to give a shit what I did or remember I did it. Like, it is what it is, dude. I enjoyed it. I made great friends and had a blast doing it, even though it sounds like I didn't. I really enjoyed my life doing this. I don't care. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right.
People are going to think whatever they think, and no matter what, they're going to probably think I was lazy or I didn't try or I just sucked. Like, who cares?
Listen, man, you don't win a 450 national being lazy.
No, for sure. But I'm saying, like, who cares? You know?
Well, that's a great attitude to have.
I mean, if people were fans or whatever at the time, like, awesome, thank you. But nowadays, like, dude, I know how this works. Just life, man.
Well, I can tell you what. First of all, I'll just tell you what I think is. I guess I didn't realize, and this is why I love doing this show. I didn't realize all the struggles you had, and for you to dig out every time, even your championship year, to come out of that hole and do that. That's gnarly.
You know,
and trust me, I know injuries and coming back. It is mentally and physically and emotionally exhausting and like so difficult to just, dig out. You dig out. Oh, I got some momentum going. Boom, back down here. Dig out. Boom, back down here. I mean, it is. I don't know if people understand. I think mentally more than anything. Yeah. The physical shit will catch up with you later.
I mean,
and you'll look like me when I get up out of this chair and limp, and that's coming. But going through it at the time mentally, to see how many times you got smashed in the face, literally, and dug out, man, that's impressive.
Thank you.
It says a lot about your character.
Thank you.
So
I think it's just one of those things where, look, man, what are you going to do? You just keep going, dude. Like, what's the alternative? You just lay down and die.
Some people don't.
I know.
Some people go, this.
Trust me, it ain't easy, like, for anybody. And also, I mean, I've had it pretty good, dude. Like, people got it way worse. It's all right,
Hey, you want another perspective changer? Go drive through San Bernardino right now. That city's got some critters crawling around. There's a lot of people that have it worse than you.
Look, man,
I don't care how many concussions you have.
For sure could be much, much worse. And honestly, I'm still able to ride. I'm functioning well. I can actually still use my brain. Yeah, I might be a little bit shot, but that was going to happen either way. I'm just, so you got to be a little crazy to do this stuff. Yeah. But, I'm happy, man. Life is good. That is just character building, as they say. It is what it is, dude. You got to go through some stuff to learn some stuff.
That's right. Well, I hope you stay in the sport. I think I see a good future there with them or somebody else, and the sport needs Justin Bogle in it.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for coming on, dude. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, man.
Of course. Hope you guys enjoyed that. What a great story from Justin. Stick around. We'll be back to wrap up the show. All right, folks. Well, thanks for tuning in for that Justin Bogle show. I appreciate him taking the time. Just hope that shows you it's not all sunshine and roses as a professional motocross racer. And a lot of times, I didn't know he went through all those struggles. I imagine it was a little bit of a surprise to some of you guys as well. A guy who you think, oh, man, he's probably getting paid all this money. And he raced, looks like 3-4 seasons for $0, probably cost him some money. So that's, just a peek behind the curtain at what really goes on in the sport at times. So anyway, appreciate his story and him being so genuine and upfront about everything. As always, support our sponsors, man. This is what keeps this show coming to you. We sure appreciate the support. And folks like Yamaha, we couldn't do it without them. Just amazing products, amazing company. Big thank you to Nihilo Concepts, SKDA, Troy Lee Designs, Dunlop, Rockwell, Pro Circuit, Stasic, Seat Concepts, Pro X Seat Concepts, Specialized Stasic, all these guys. We sure appreciate their support. Just awesome companies. We've got a lot of really cool folks that have stuck behind us from the beginning. We appreciate it. So thank you guys for tuning in. More shows coming every couple of weeks. So stick around, stay tuned. We'll see you.
Yamaha is the industry leader in two-wheeled fun and performance. Celebrating 50 years of YZ in 2024, the Blue Crew is still dominating shootouts and competitions. Yamaha, revs your heart.
Troy Lee Designs is the leader in off-road motocross apparel and style. So whether you're looking for a cool new paint job for your helmet, maybe your name and number on your helmet lettered on, you're looking for new gear, you're looking for mountain bike gear, off-road gear. They've got the brand new Scout line and GP and SE models. Troy Lee Designs has it all. They've been leading this industry for decades, and they're going to continue to do it. Check out TroyLeeDesigns.com. SKDA is a moto graphics and seat covers company with several offices based around the globe. For too long, bikes and graphics have all looked the same. They just start to blend together. SKDA is working to change that. With super clean and unique design work, a bike with SKDA graphics stands out in a crowd and adds a touch of art to the world of moto. Hey, we need that. SKDA prides itself on providing premium customer service both before and after the sale is made. Visit SKDA online to view the current product range and get in touch with their team to get your bike refreshed. I want to just make a mention here that these guys, not only is their design way outside the box, very, very cool, they'll work with you on custom things. The products are incredible. Okay, they'll speak for themselves. But what's really awesome, and you'll notice this the minute you order one of these, man, they give you an email saying, hey, the product's been shipped. Hey, the product is here. It landed in this spot. Hey, it's coming today. Hey, your product's been delivered. They just so good about staying in touch with you and letting you know where it's at. Customer service is 100%, and that's just something that's rare these days. Check out SKDA. Here at the Whiskey Throttle Show, we're all about supporting brands that support our sport. And there's one tire company that has never walked away from the sport of motocross and supercross, and it's Dunlop. When times got tough and the economy took a crash, Dunlop stepped up and stayed with our sport to support it and the athletes and individuals that love it. Their MX-53 line and MX-33 lines absolutely dominate this sport. Every national championship at the pro level has been won in the last decade, and nearly every single amateur national championship at Loretta Lynn's has been won on a Dunlop. So if you're looking for high performance, you're looking for amazing quality, and you're looking to support a brand that never turns its back on our sport, there's only one choice for you, and it's Dunlop. Pro Circuit is the leader in aftermarket performance and quality. Whether you're looking for a little more horsepower out of your engine, some quality hard parts to improve the way your bike feels and looks, better handling through suspension or linkage arms, Pro Circuit is where you need to stop. It's your one-stop shop. You can go in there and get everything you need to make your motorcycle go from average to exceptional. Pro Circuit's got enough number one plates on their wall to side an entire home, and there's a reason for that. They're very, very good at what they do. The highest quality products with one goal in mind, and that's winning. Check out ProCircuit.com. Nihilo Concepts is leading the way in aftermarket hard parts. With their secondary on-switch device, something that was much needed in this sport, they've been innovating and bringing new products to market. Their latest is the new Nihilo Run Cool brake pistons. They're designed to be stronger than stock and provide exceptional cooling performance with less brake drag. Most OEM calipers pistons are made from aluminum that just can't hold up to the heat and extreme demands of serious racing. When they get hot, the aluminum will distort, causing loss of hydraulic pressure and brake failure. Nihilo's Run Cool pistons limit the area that boiling hot hydraulic fluid is able to come in contact with the piston, leaving 2/3 of the piston volume in open air with breather holes to enhance the cooling ability. It's made of a proprietary stainless blend, which is better at dissipating heat. You have issues with brake fade or brake failure, check out Nihilo Concepts among their many amazing hard parts and carbon fiber parts and titanium. NihiloConcepts.com. Seat Concepts is the leader in motorcycle saddles. If you're looking for a new cover or a new seat entirely, Seat Concepts is the place to go. They make custom seat foams catered to your height, weight, riding ability, riding type. They also have waterproof covers and foams that will not break down if you ride in a lot of inclement weather. And they pride themselves on being much more comfortable than OEM or any other aftermarket company. If you're looking for a new seat or a new cover, Seat Concepts, there's nothing better. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the Polaris RZR 800s. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the... If you've got a little Grom that's looking to get started in the motorcycle world, the best way to get them going is on a Stasic bike. They've got multiple sizes, so from your very young Groms to those who are a little more grown up, you can start them safely. They've got controls that allow you to control the speed so he can't get going too quick. They can touch the ground. There's not a lot of noise to distract them. It's the perfect way to get your child involved in motorcycling at a very young age. And if you've got a kid who's already out ripping, there's series popping up all over. For those of you in Southern California, go to www.ameminicross.com and join their local series. If you're outside of this state, contact your local track and ask them about starting a Stasic class at your local track. Get over to stasic.com and check out all they've got going on. And finally, last but not least, Specialized Bicycles. If you are in the market to start pedaling, this is where you want to start. They've got great entry-level bikes all the way up to the Cadillac, the new Levo e-bike, anything in between, man. It doesn't matter what kind of riding you're doing. Go check out and start with Specialized. Don't waste your time on something that's going to break. The derailleur's not going to shift after a couple months. Get something quality. These guys make it. Specialized leads that industry.
Thanks for watching and listening to the Whiskey Throttle Show. Be sure to like and subscribe to get notified when new shows go up. And be sure to follow us on Instagram and TikTok. And visit whiskeythrottlemedia.com for additional content.